Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our in-person and online audiences. I'm John Yoder, Associate Professor here in the Kent State College of Architecture and Environmental Design, and I want to welcome you to the second day of the Photographic Architecture Symposium. Last night at the Akron Art Museum, we had an extraordinary evening of film screenings, a wonderful presentation by Martino Stierli, and a provocative roundtable discussion with Beatrice Colomina, Louisa Lambre, Anastasia Savinova, who joined us remotely from Sweden and is joining us remotely again today, as well as Martino and Jesus Vasallo. We welcome all these participants back today for our schedule of events here in the Scene Lecture Hall at Kent State University. After 4 short presentations and a roundtable discussion, we'll take a coffee break, and then our participants' books will be available for purchase and signing out here on the concourse. I want to thank Nikki Detch at the Kent State Bookstore for coordinating the book signing today. I also want to highlight the important exhibition, Views from the Field, by David Freeland and Brennan Buck of Freeland Buck, which is currently on display here in the Armstrong Gallery in the CAED concourse. Their anamorphic projection and texture mapping of photographs of buildings designed by architect Walter Netsch onto these kind of counterintuitively faceted masses is another good example of what we're calling photographic architecture. Freeland Buck also joined us as guest critics in my photographic architecture graduate design studio earlier this semester. In fact, we've already received feedback from many guest critics, including our symposium participants today, but also from internally in the CAED and across the Kent State campus. We also had a series of really great Zoom tutorials and presentations by the likes of Zelig Folk, who's the Lefevre Fellow at Ohio State this year, and Adam Fury of TEAM, Anastasia Savinova, again, who's joining us from Sweden, and then Michael Young of Young and IATA. I also want to thank the 10 graduate students in my photographic architecture design studio this semester. They've been really participating as co-producers of this event. So they are Justin Byler, Jenna Copley, Joel Dalzell, Matt Detter, Devin Gallo, Shane Hands, Jordan Capus, Tanner Mathis, Shreya Patel, and Eric Smith. So I want to really thank them for their efforts here. It's been very, very much appreciated. They began the semester by conducting research on one photographic practice. These artists and architects that we are referring to as photographic include Bernd and Hilla Becher, Diller Scofidio and Renfro, Freeland Buck, Louisa Lambre, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, Anastasia Savinova, Stephen Shore, TEAM, Jeff Wall, and Young and IATA. The major design project in this studio began by photographing the old Goodyear headquarters in Akron. Then the students used the photographic data they collected as a kind of material for then the cobbling together or fabrication of architectural images. Much of the semester has been an exercise in thickening, I would say. I challenged them to question the assumption that images are necessarily fleeting and ephemeral, without weight or substance. Each student developed a 2.5D low-relief site image and a 3D in-the-round object image. These are the object images and these are the site images. These photographic images have their own depth, texture, structure, grain, tooth, and tectonic. Their projects are examples of how architecture can not only be documented, but also produced using different photographic logics and techniques. So some of the students' approaches include the use of photonegative, zooming, texture and displacement mapping, photorealism, Cartesian perspective, drone imaging, soft focus, superimposition, panning and scrolling, long exposure, photomontage, deadpan reportage, and numerous kind of audacious inscriptions of the gritty everyday materiality of post-industrial Akron. So this is kind of where we've been this semester in the design studio portion of the photographic architecture programming. And again, I want to thank Jordan Capus, the student in the studio, for taking this original photo on which the symposium postcard is based. Now, let's welcome our first presenter of the afternoon. I'm very pleased to welcome Louisa Lambre. She is an Italian artist based in Milan whose work with photography and film often engages questions of architecture and abstraction, feminism, modernism, and the politics of representation. She's renowned for photographing details of houses designed by iconic male architects, ostensibly with a deconstructing female gaze. She has photographed buildings designed by Alvar Aalto, Louis Barragan, Marcel Breuer, John Lautner, Le Corbusier, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, Richard Neutra, Oscar Niemeyer, Rudolf Schindler, Giuseppe Tirani, Frank Lloyd Wright, and many others. Louisa has had solo shows throughout the world and exhibited her work in the Venice Biennale, the Venice Architecture Biennale, Liverpool Biennial, Shanghai Biennale, Chicago Architecture Biennial, and locally here in the Cleveland Triennial. Her work is part of collections at museums including the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, Carnegie Museum of Art, Art Institute of Chicago, the Israel Museum, Museo Tamayo Arte Contemporaneo in Mexico City, Galleria Nacional de Arte Moderna in Rome, and Kanazawa Museum for the 21st Century in Japan. I first encountered Louisa's impressive work at the Chicago Architecture Biennial in 2017, and I'm thankful to our mutual friends Mark Lee and Sharon Johnston of Johnston Mark Lee for finally connecting us. Louisa's work occupied only a small space at the Biennial, but it somehow dominated its environment through a kind of ambient subtlety. In fact, her construction of atmospheres through the exposure of seemingly insignificant details has been one of the most influential approaches for the students in my photographic architecture graduate design studio. We're eager to hear her discuss her work herself. Please join me in welcoming Louisa Lambre.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you very much to the students as well. I'm so happy to be here. And in relation to yesterday's presentation, I will mostly show two projects about the Sheets Goldstein house. So this was an exhibition at the Hammer Museum in 2010, and I only placed a few photographs, as I usually do, leaving a lot of space. And I only photographed two skylights, one in the kitchen and one in the bathroom. So all the photographs are show the architecture and the subtle intersection between the outside and inside, which is so central and relevant to Lautner's architecture. But I did it in a less obvious way, avoiding kind of frontal views or any more recognizable feature of his architecture. And looking at the sky, I was also aware that I was somehow looking at images previously made, such as the equivalents by Stiglitz, and as photographs of the sky, and mostly as abstract photographs of inner states and emotional and psychological states. And that's how I approach architecture in general. And so it's really I was really looking at the sky, thinking about previous photography, but also the work by light and space artists such as Larry Bell or Robert Irwin, and also photography by artists based in LA, such as in this case James Welling and his work with flowers and nature. So looking through the architecture, I was able to kind of find all of these references which were kind of meaningful to me. And so I really used the architecture to make images rather than using photography in service to the architecture somehow. So as an artist, I feel kind of free to do this. So I'm not a proper architecture photographer, but I really appreciate the language of architecture photography very much. And so these are just, it's just the same skylight, basically, seen at different times of the day. I also went back to the house many times during different seasons. So it was a really great setting for me. And I never think of photography as a way to fill a space, but I always think of photography in relation and in response to any kind of space. From the moment I take the pictures, from when I place them somewhere in an exhibition, so there's always an attempt on my part to really work with the space so that photography and space really are one thing, and they really work together and create an environment rather than the space just being a sort of a content for photographs. So I really enjoy leaving empty space so that the space itself can become part of the exhibition, and the space itself can become somehow a sort of an image through the connections between the images and the configurations of the images in the space, and the kind of rhythm that sometimes happens when I place the photographs. So these were all photographs of these two skylights of the Sheets Goldstein house, and I combined them with one photograph of the Schindler House, also in Los Angeles, and two photographs of a house by Richard Neutra, the Stan Franke house. So this is the Schindler House, also a skylight. And I also only used skylights for this exhibition. And I sort of divided all the photographs in three sections because it felt to me like that also would speak about verticality and looking upwards and looking at above rather than in front of us. So it's a more kind of ideal, mental, and sort of metaphysical image of architecture and another kind of experience, and which is more internal somehow and less direct and obvious. And this is a photograph which is probably hard to see here of a skylight of a Neutra house, the Stan Franke house. And so all of them together weren't really an exhibition about the Sheets Goldstein house or any of these houses, but just an experience of all of these places, which was definitely very subjective and maybe not so similar to the images that I had known and looked at so much by, let's say, Julius Schulman or other photographers. So this is a more private experience of the architecture. And all the formats are always vertical. They always have been vertical for me. And I use a portrait lens. So it's really a sort of a personal, subjective view of iconic places. And this is also an exhibition which features photographs from the Sheets Goldstein house. It was an exhibition, and hopefully it shows the way I use space also. This is an exhibition which happened last year in Milan in the city's public museum. The ceramic at the beginning is said to be made by Lucio Fontana, so I really feel sort of closely connected to the research of Italian spazialismo, and I am Italian, so that is something I've really looked at over time and really loved. And so painters like Lucio Fontana or Castellani would really place their canvases quite strategically in the space to really work with it in a way that one wouldn't exist without the other. So really quite interconnected. And so that's what I've been done with photography somehow. So I really wanted to address that quite directly. So at the beginning, there are photographs of the cut in the space of a recreation of Lucio Fontana's Ambiente Spaziale, which was created in an exhibition in New York, curated by Germano Celant at Gagosian Gallery. So basically, it was a beautiful review of Fontana's work in New York. So I photographed it. I didn't photograph the cut in the canvases, but I photographed the one in the space, because my work is about space. So it was, I really appreciated also always the relationship between space and abstraction and metaphysical research made by Fontana. So he really worked on this shift between 2 and 3 dimensions. And I placed the photographs of the cut with a photograph by Schindler that you saw before, because Fontana's work and the work by the artists and painters from Italian Spazialismo was always my inspiration while photographing modernist architecture. So I really just combined these two interests in my life in just one sequence, because they're really part of the same experience for me, even while being wildly different. So this is just, these are photographs of the cut, which I photographed through different perspectives. And it's a sort of a human-sized cut. So it has to do with the body, and it has to do with one's relationship to it. So it's a more personal kind of work. It's a space. It's an actual environment. So it's not like canvases. It's a very different kind of experiences, and that's why I was interested in photographing it. And that was, in front of it, was a photograph by Neutra's Strathmore Apartments in Los Angeles, really, really old, from 2003. And so that also for me is like a little bit thinking about Manzoni and diachromes and white monochromes and that kind of research on space. So not really much to do with architecture, but a lot of thinking about space and spaces by artists, which translates into architecture. So this is just an old photograph from 2003. And this museum, which is built by Ignazio Gardella, is really quite beautiful. It has a lot of different kind of spaces, very different. It's on 2 levels, and it has a lot of beautiful natural light. And so I only placed photographs which somehow responded to it or had something to do with it. There's this kind of corner which is repeated throughout the building. And so I used photographs I took inside Donald Judd's sculptures in Marfa in 2012. And so there are also corners, and there are also, there are different kind of spaces which in another way completely resonated with the building and with photographs I took of Fontana and other architects in a sort of collective conversation and dialogue. So these are photographs. I was inside, almost inside the sculptures. So I would photograph them like spaces. And what you see is the reflection of the Marfa desert. So it was really light and space as fundamental elements of the photographs. And there are 100 sculptures, 100 variations That's Donald Judd's work. So I really identified completely with it and kind of engaged in a conversation with it. So everything was placed quite carefully, also leaving a lot of empty space, which is difficult to show from the pictures, but there was a lot of empty space. And this is a photograph of a small sculpture by Bishop, by Lydia Clark, which also kind of implies a sort of a participatory element. So again, a personal experience with space, art, or architecture. And I just placed one photograph. Also, I really, it was important for me that she was actually a woman I would have a conversation with and relate to, and would inform my work in different ways, which are also important. And so that would lead to the next room with photographs from Álvaro Siza's Centro Galego, in Santiago de Compostela. These are all really old photographs from 2008. And I made some studies of the same corners throughout the day with different lights. And here there are just some glimpses of the museum. And that room would lead to another room with photographs I took in 2005 of the Barragan house in Mexico City. So it was just one window, which I kind of played with during a few days. And then a smaller one. And again, they were placed in the room so that there would be a sort of a rhythm and empty walls and a lot of space for the viewer, basically, to sort of find his or her own place there. So really a sort of a photographic environment rather than just hanging photographs in a room. And that room would lead to another one with even older photographs from 2003 from Neutra's Strathmore Apartments, which are just some blinds, which it's not a straightforward representation of Neutra's architecture, but it addresses like symmetry or abstraction, also, just not so much in a very obvious way. And then there would be a sort of a small transitional grouping of photographs I took in 2000 from the Barcelona Pavilion. And they would work as a kind of transition towards a more organic area of the exhibition. So far you saw a lot of abstraction and white monochromes. Here, the green in Mies van der Rohe's pavilion would lead to the area closer to the park, where the Sheets Goldstein house photographs are. So this installation you would see from the back first. And it's a sort of an introverted installation. This work would show you its back first. And you would be exposed to information about the photographs, which are usually not revealed or seen, such as who framed the photographs and when, which gallery dealt with them, or where they were exhibited. So sort of a usually unseen part of the work, which was nice for me to reveal and created a more private and personal view. And actually to be able to see the work, you would have to go through it or really close to it because the space was quite tight. And so there would be a sort of a real interaction with it. And again, just some details. And then Lina Bobardi's glass easels, which were created also on these occasions, really supported the dialogue between photography and the architecture of Gardella, of Ignazio Gardella, in a way that the photographs would be able to exist with the building, even through just a sort of reflection. And I thought about Lina Babardi's glass easels because they would just allow the photograph to just float in space and be light and work with transparency. And the photographs would be completely also hit by the sun and the light and exposed, which I really enjoyed. And it was only possible to see the work from the outside, from the outside, where where there is a park for children only. So not very accessible, but beautiful, because there was a sort of a more playful quality to it. So there were only children there. And so the Sheets Goldstein house, the same photographs, the same ones you saw before, really had another life there and really change and adapt themselves every time to whatever environments they are part of and they find themselves in. And then going upstairs, with the exhibition completely installed, the museum looked completely empty, or almost, and became a sort of image itself. So I was so pleased about it because I really wanted the architecture to be part of the work, and I wanted the architecture to reveal itself through the photographs and with the photographs. So then, going upstairs, there's a photograph I took in 2003 of the Gropius house in Lincoln, and which you would see through this staircase. And it's the only black and white photograph in the exhibition, so it would receive color from the museum somehow. And it's just a vase with some flowers. And it would start a sort of as a kind of sequence of images in the upper floor. So this is a photograph I took in 1999 of the Casa del Fascio, which is home for me. So that's the only Italian architect featured there, Giuseppe Terragni. And then photographs of the Med Breuer, windows of the Med Breuer would follow. And then a photograph of the Manetti Shrem Museum in Davis. It's just light through the roof on a wall. So this is architecture by a Brooklyn-based architectural firm called Soil. I really liked them. So I felt so this sequence, starting from Gropius and ending here, has nothing to do with logic. It has more to do with just how these particular pictures were together and what they made together with the space. So it's a kind of formal, abstract wall. And it would face a more organic wall, the same way downstairs, this conversation between abstraction and nature took place. So these are photographs I took for the Chicago Biennial in 2017 for Jesus, who will speak in just a little while. This is Crown Hall in Chicago by Mies van der Rohe, and these were photographs taken in 2017. And these are photographs of the Farnsworth House. And seeing them here, they would somehow be connected to the large window downstairs. So they would create again a sort of a sort of an overall experience made through the photographs of the actual architecture. And this is the house. I just removed the furniture. And then live in the museum. These are just some really old photographs taken in 2002 of Paulo Mendes da Rocha's Casa Fernando Milan in São Paulo. And again, it was just nature and abstraction, and especially the way they would work with the space. So they would work really three-dimensionally with the space and kind of go along with it in a way that was really simple, but also really allowing the photographs and the space to be just one experience of it. And then going out again with a photograph of the Strathmore Apartments by Neutra. And sometimes I like to separate the same series in different spaces, so you wouldn't be able to see the photographs together. So you can just so this is the entrance and the exit of the museum, and the Strathmore apartment room was quite far away, but somehow they are also very connected by someone's internal experience of their wandering, which is the actual work, being somewhere, so being there, and the experience of all of this through photography, which is also not photographable at all. So, but that's the actual work for me. And also, I don't know how much time we have. Okay, but since we're here, I also thought I would show some photographs having to do with Cleveland. I took some photographs of Breuer's architecture. In New York, you saw some windows of the Met Breuer before, and this is also Breuer in Paris. This is the UNESCO building in Paris. And these are all color photographs, and it's not that I really focused on detail so much, but I really focused on kind of real relevant details and really recreated them so that the photographs would have a life on its own, but still very connected to the architecture. And so here, the Cleveland Museum in 2018 also showed photographs I made by Breuer, which you can see in the background, really as part of the architecture somehow. And they were placed, there were two rows of photographs, just two lines, in a way placed very high, in a way that would resonate somehow with the architecture and really be part of it. And they would also be in conversation with the work by the artist in the room, Marlon de Azambuja, so a Brazilian artist who also deconstructed and reconstructed architecture in a very similar way, in a bit of a more brutal way, but still quite similar. And he also made some sculptures after my photograph. So there was a conversation between the works and with the architecture, and also mostly a conversation kept together and made possible by the actual architecture of the museum, and in this case, by light. So again, there's direct light on the photographs, which I also like very much, because while it's not recommended, it also really makes them part of the environment in a way which is kind of permanent. And then to finish, just some photographs of I took in 2016 of the Kramlich House, which is a house in the Napa Valley in California by Herzog and de Moron. And these photographs share a lot with the Sheets Goldstein house ones. So they're very much about light and space. So I really was thinking again about California light and space art. And Also, Herzog and de Moran really contributed to the relationship between architecture and photography in such a special way through their collaboration with Thomas Roof. So while they didn't commission this photograph directly, I was really kind of happy to be somehow connected to the kind of experience where photographs and architecture really are part of a conversation, and one wouldn't exist without the other. So in these photographs, you can only you always see the actual building and its reflection at the same time, just like the Sheets Goldstein house photographs, which showed simultaneously inside and outside through a reflection, through its reflections. So here again, one side is what you see, and the other one is still what you see, but just a reflection. So 2 dimensions combined and coexisting. And this is a house made for a collection, which is about moving image, film and videos. And so the architects beautifully incorporated the sense of the moving image within the architecture. So it's a beautiful constant play of reflections and distortions and movement. So I tried to address that. And these photographs, I just wanted to leave a grid. I just wanted to leave the structure, so I removed nature. So this is more, that's something I often do to kind of very much change the photographs and turn them into images somehow. And so I just wanted to leave this grid, which is, however, sort of distorted grid. It's just a very unusual one, but I thought it spoke of the architecture also quite beautifully. And otherwise, this is the building as you see. There's always nature. It's unavoidable, and it's part of the experience. And the series of photographs starts from more figurative and ends towards abstraction, and it starts above the ground and ends underground, where the art collection is. So slowly the progression goes darker and into abstraction, basically. And ends this way. So that would be it for me.
Okay, thank you, Louisa. Beautiful images. I'm going to take a little time now and show you kind of a different version of John Lautner's architecture, certainly than Louisa showed, and also different from Catherine Opie's film, The Modernist, last night at the Akron Art Museum. I'm currently working on a book with Getty Research Institute Publications. The title is Widescreen Architecture, and it looks at Lautner's work kind of through the lens of media and relates its developments to parallel developments in the 1950s and 60s in the world of widescreen cinema. So as you can see here, this Irv in Lautner's kind of eclectic, almost zoomorphic taxonomy of forms doesn't really fit, doesn't make a lot of sense when it comes to the kind of standard narratives of modern architecture. And because of that, because it's difficult to discern formally, especially from the outside, what this architecture is about and what it's doing, much attention has been paid to Lautner's biography. He was a Taliesin Fellow, so he apprenticed with Frank Lloyd Wright from 1933 to 39 at Taliesin, and then broke off from Wright in 1940 and went to Los Angeles and started his own practice. But so much attention has been kind of lavished on his biography precisely because of the strange forms that didn't seem to fit within the kind of canon of modernism. Lautner himself was a photographer. This is an amateur photographer for sure, but his own photography certainly influenced the development of his architecture. This is a self-portrait from the 1980s. He died in '94, and when he traveled the world, he was often taking photos through the windows of here helicopters and airplanes, but also trams and trains and ocean liners and ferries. And he loved to kind of snap images from the sea, from the air, from the forest, from the rails, and so on. And so he tended to focus on landscapes. He developed a kind of rhythm in his work that highlighted the patterns in the natural world. So it makes sense that many interpreters of his work focus on these kind of natural patterns. And his own rhetoric was so tied to Frank Lloyd Wright's notion of organicism that a lot of analysis kind of stops at this point and emphasizes his privileging of landscape and the natural world. There are three types of architecture that I'm starting to kind of outline in this book. And each of them is impacted by and kind of framed through the lens of a different medium. The first type is photographic. Note the lack of hyphen. This is not the photographic architecture. This is photographic architecture. And some examples tend to highlight Cartesian perspective. We've seen examples already last night. The work of the case study house architects as photographed by Julius Schulman, especially in Los Angeles, the Singleton House here, the Kaufman House here, and then famously the Stahl House, case study house number 22. So there's something inviting and seemingly synchronized with the monocular lens of the camera when we're talking about these types of very rectilinear, planar, repeated linear structure type of buildings. But Lautner did something to that paradigm of mid-century modern rationalism that might be compared in some ways to Louisa's own kind of reformulating of Lautner's own architecture. So he would take the lines, the rectilinear lines and planes of mid-century modern rationalism and start to distort them, to warp them, to curve them into these, what I call widescreen images. The photographs, however, of his work looked like this. And so this is a Julius Schulman photograph of the Malin House or Chemisphere that became a kind of iconic photograph. It was not published in respected architecture journals at the time because it was associated with a kind of pop architecture, an entertaining, spectacular architecture that had more to do with a kind of commercial project or a project of commodity than a serious highbrow architecture, let's say experiment. So his work was published in popular magazines, a lot of attention in the Los Angeles Times Home magazine. The Elrod House, which was eventually published in Architectural Record, was usually published in interiors magazines like Architectural Digest and other magazines, including Playboy even. It was one of the Playboy Pad series in 1971, I believe, right after the filming of a James Bond film there. Interior design through the work of Arthur Elrod, who was the client for this house, loved Lautner's work, and popular magazines like Life and Look and the LA Times Home magazine and so on and so forth, they loved Lautner's architecture. John Intenza, publisher of Arts and Architecture magazine in Los Angeles, did not like John Lautner's architecture. And so in the rare case where he did publish it and used Julius Schulman's photographs, this is the photograph that ended up being used. So you can see the kind of willful misconstruction or reformulation of what the work was actually doing. Now, this is published in Arts and Architecture, but Schulman also photographed Lautner's houses prolifically. He was the most used photographer of Lautner's work in his kind of heyday in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, for sure. He would photograph the houses kind of from below the hillside, looking up at them, or across the beach, looking at them as though they were kind of a beached whale or something perched on the side of the hill about to take flight. Very portrait-like architectural photography, usually from the outside, highlighting the kind of profiling of these dramatic forms. So the work of Julia Schulman in conjunction with Richard Neutra, the other case study house architects, that's really focused on linear perspective, is what I'm calling photographic. Another type of architecture that I initially, when I began this project years ago, thought Lautner's work was more implicated in, is cinematic architecture. And I made that assumption at the outset of the project because Lautner's houses appear prolifically in Hollywood blockbuster films. My initial hypothesis, of course, is that these are cinematic, let's say, examples of cinematic architecture. It's appeared in Diamonds Are Forever, the James Bond film, Brian De Palma's Body Double, Less Than Zero, Lethal Weapon 2, the Charlie's Angels films, and on and on and on. Alan Hess calls Lautner the most famous unknown architect in America because his work is used so frequently in blockbuster films. So I thought, well, this must be a kind of cinematic architecture. But it's very different than the promenade that Martino highlighted for us last night. It's not some kind of gradually unfolding experience that Le Corbusier wrote about and many others have written about in terms of the promenade. This is not the promenade of the Parthenon, highlighted by Auguste Choisy. It's also not the kind of mobile, creative reimagining through subjective perspective of the city that we found in Situationism and the Situationist derive. It's not that kind of urban cinema. It's also not a kind of cinematographic promenade as developed in the work of Bernard Tschumi, where movement and event dominate, and dynamism and kind of unusual sequential framing from unusual vantage points starts to describe a very particular type of gradually unfolding parallactic promenade. It's not that. So I said, well, what is it? And I still remember the first time that I presented some of this work to Anne Friedberg. We were talking about Anne Friedberg and her untimely passing over a decade ago. It was really tragedy for architectural culture. I presented this work and started to frame it in terms of cinema. And she sent me a note afterwards and said, John, okay, of course it's related to cinema, but don't you think it might be post-cinematic? And she kind of left it at that. And I lingered on that for a period of several months and tried to kind of interpret what I thought she might mean by that. And as I started to kind of reevaluate the work, I developed this notion of cineramic space and cineramic viewing, and thinking of it, even though it's used, let's say in films, in using motion picture cameras to create certain effects, it might have more to do with widescreen cinema and fisheye lenses and parabolic lenses and kind of an extra width of enveloping imagery that can literally be inhabitable. So these broad expanses of glass in the work of Lautner started to reveal themselves to me as the kind of primary thrust of the work. This is what Lautner started with, the panoramic profile, the breadth of the frame, the baffling of certain unappealing components of imagery within the frame, but the breadth was key, and a certain kind of automated interactivity was also key. But I started to look at this work and realize that, when you visit these houses, it's not so much, the standard narrative doesn't apply. It's not just I walked through the space and it gradually revealed itself to me as I wandered because of the, prominence of picturesque discourse and the promenade and so on. So I started to think, well, okay, I'm going to look at these drawings and see how Lautner himself represented this work. And the drawings often show figures seated or dancing or people in bed, or when I say dancing, I mean kind of like slow dancing, kind of in a circle. And the occupant of these Lautner houses reveal itself to be often a kind of supine occupant. Like a homo ludens occupant, someone who was interested in pleasure not through a gradual unfolding in space, but someone who wanted to be immersed in a central position and take in as much of the image as they could from that single position. Someone who's at rest, someone who's at play, but someone who's not necessarily moving in a conventional kind of, let's say, axial way in depth. So, of course, I started to see these relationships between widescreen cinema formats and Lautner's work. I started to think in terms of how this might be understood itself as post-cinematic. That widescreen cinema, even though it's cinema that was developed in the 1950s, Cinerama 1952, CinemaScope shortly after in 1953, started to think about this itself as a form of kind of second machine age modernism that was in fact post-cinematic. It distorted the cinematic frame to such a degree, like literally a degree, that it was proposing a different kind of paradigm. I was happy to come across a mention of Cineramic occupation in Look magazine from 1969. This is Richard T. Foster's Carousel House in Wilton, Connecticut. Dubbed the Carousel House for obvious reasons. It literally rotates 360 degrees on this kind of gun turret tower that Foster and Philip Johnson developed for the 1964-65 World's Fair in New York. Foster applied it to his own house, and this notion of rotational occupation and the idea that you could change your view of the surrounding landscape as easily as you could change the channel on your TV. This is how Look magazine was billing this house. I started to find all of these automated conveniences, what most critics would call gimmicks in the work of Lautner, these little apertures into kind of unusual prospects, into swimming pools, TVs that rise from the coffee table, screens that drop down, panels that mysteriously slide back, and then, of course, as Louisa has already mentioned, the skylights and walls that retract at a touch of a button. So these types of projects that we've already seen, and we saw a little bit in Louisa's work, and then certainly in the modernist film last night, that look like aliens from the exterior really start to make sense when you move inside. You start to understand the kind of panoramic, or what I'm calling cineramic rationale for these spaces. So it looks bizarre from the outside. Lautner's accused of being a kind of sculptor, a willful form maker, but then you move inside and really understand what comes first in his design process. The Sheets Goldstein house, we've seen this a few times already. A strange assemblage of surfaces and structures and really what amount to kind of edges of apertures, edges of screens. The profiling of vision from inside out is what is driving the design decisions. You would never actually just design something like this as a kind of form maker or sculptor to look at. It's to look from, it's to look through, it's to construct vision from inside out, and then to ask difficult questions through the kind of reframing, literally the reframing of viewing, how we could be differently immersed. I don't like to say more or less immersed, but differently immersed in the image. So this is that corner main bedroom suite downstairs. The pool is up top where Lautner is standing here at the corner. And this is the main bedroom suite, and the glass walls retract at the touch of a button, and you're left with this kind of unprotected cantilevered corner that pushes you, almost literally pushes you into the image of Century City Beyond. You can really see where some of the criticism came from architecture critics when they're looking at this house, for example, the Arango house in Acapulco, from the outside or down the hillside. It looks like this kind of ridiculous sculpture perched there trying to make some kind of audacious statement. Only when you walk into and through the house do you realize that, okay, well, the view of Acapulco Bay came first. The desire to remove barriers between the kind of viewer and the bay itself is clearly driving the design decisions. So this moat, this circular or perimeter lap pool that curves its way around the edge of this open air terrace allowed Lautner to remove any kind of railing or other barrier that would get in the way of the view of Acapulco Bay. So he would often do this. He would often put one pool of water above another pool of water to try to create that kind of infinite continuity. And then, of course, you can imagine How does this relate to cinema? Okay, I understand the kind of width of the aspect ratio is a key piece, but also the change in color and the direction of the sun and the highlighting of different landscape elements over the course of even an hour. It doesn't have to be from morning to night, although I was lucky enough to spend several days down here in Acapulco at this house. Different elements in the landscape reveal themselves that were hidden only seconds earlier. So the kind of timing of awareness is differently calibrated in Lautner's work. Also, kind of a different landscape for sure, but the snowdrift house in Aspen, the Turner House in Aspen from the early 1980s, really disappears into this snow-covered hillside in winter and then pops up on the other side, and it looks like a kind of ridiculous eyebrow. Like, what is this about? Weird form making, it looks like it's from the 1960s. And then you move inside and you really understand the importance of the panorama, the importance of an enveloping engagement with the image, and really what you could legitimately call immersion in the image. And then the automation is a key piece. You touch a button and the corner of the living room actually swings out into the open air, again, revealing this kind of unprotected, sharp, crisp, incised edge that appears to crop the landscape image beyond. And then, this is, you're depressed, you're down, Lautner's excavating and then kind of covering with a concrete shell roof. And so you're down in this almost subaquatic environment when you're surrounded by snow. This is what it looks like in the winter through these porthole windows that Lautner has looking directly into the snowbank. Of course, in the summer or the spring, it's full of wildflowers as the kind of hill is taken over with kind of verdant greenery. But this is really the question for me, in a sense, is in what ways does this relate to this? And I see that the relationship is quite direct and intentional on the part of Lautner. The reframing of how we see is clearly something that Dziga Vertov, Sergei Eisenstein, Russian constructivists, filmmakers to the present day are concerned with. How do we make people see differently in the interest of altering, distorting, transforming the human sensorium itself? In that respect, I see Lautner's work as very tied to the history of entertainment apparata, of vision apparata, from the zoetrope to widescreen cinema, to CinemaScope, to the Panopticon, to the Futuro House, the House of the Future. A lot of the work that was developed in the 1960s, which really amounted to, yes, a popular but legitimately second machine age modernism. Lautner's work was very much a part of that, and because it was so popular and so present in the wrong kind of media, the narrative was never developed to explain the rationale for its development. So that's more or less what I wanted to present in terms of widescreen architecture. Certainly ties in with some of the stuff we've seen already, and hopefully we'll talk about it a little bit more in our roundtable. Thank you. So our next presenter is coming to us all the way from Sweden again. She joined us last night remotely. She's coming also from Umeå, Sweden. Anastasia Savinova is going to be zooming in to join us momentarily. She is a Russian artist based in Umeå, Sweden. Her work often incorporates images of vernacular buildings and remote landscapes in the construction of fantastical but surprisingly believable photomontages. Educated in environmental design at Samara State Architectural University, she has held artist residencies in Sweden, Norway, Romania, and Spain. Her grants and awards include the Sparbanken Stiftelse Norrland Grant, international exchange grants from Konstnärsnämnden, excuse the pronunciation, and Nordic Culture Point, and recognition from the Resurscentrum för Kunst in Sweden and Premio Especial Incubarte in Valencia, Spain. Anastasia's work has been shown and performed internationally at the Museum of Visual Arts in Umeå, Norrbotten County Art Museum, Museum of Women in History, Norrbottens Museum, Umeå Konsthall, Ite Museum, and the Sundsvalls Museum in Sweden, and the Museum of Illustration and Modernity in Valencia, the Kunstwerk Karlshütte in Budelsdorf, Germany, and the König Gallery in London. Her work is held in the collection of the Modern Art Museum in Stockholm, numerous regional and municipal collections across Sweden, and in private collections worldwide. My colleague Jean Jaminet, who's here today, first introduced me to Anastasia's work about 4 years ago. Since then, she has zoomed into our design studios to present her projects and conduct illuminating tutorials on how to construct a photo montage. For the initial incarnation of this symposium, which had been planned for April of 2020, I invited her to present her ongoing project, Genius Loci, which is the title of her talk today. Now, frankly, had I known that she would develop such exciting work in the intervening 2 years, I would have also asked her to share some of those projects as well. Unfortunately, time won't allow it today, but I encourage you to visit her website, anastasiasavinova.com, to learn more about her important and provocative work. Please join me in welcoming, all the way from Sweden, Anastasia Savinova.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Yeah, okay. Hello, and thank you, John, for this lovely introduction, and thank you for having me. I wish I was there in person with all of you, but I hope that this digital presentation will still contribute to today's discussion. As John mentioned, I work across different disciplines, and that includes sculpture, performance, video, photography, drawing, and photomontage. But today I am going to speak about my project Genius Loci, and I'm going to share the screen now. Sorry, that's the beginning. And this project explores the character and the spirit of the place with help of photography and photomontage. Each work in this project is dedicated to a particular location, a city, a village, or a place in between. It is a visual archive full of images and elements of the environment that I find true and authentic for the studied area. The house is built of multiple houses and architectural elements such as windows, doors, roofs, stairs. I'm interested in cities' geometry, rhythm, textures, details, and traces of time. The title of the project comes from ancient Romans. They believed that every place has a protective spirit, genius loci. And in contemporary usage, genius loci refers to a location's specific atmosphere and the way it's experienced. Genius Loci project is driven by an affection to experiencing the world and seeing new places and seeing their uniqueness and differences. When I'm working, I'm trying to avoid the most iconic places and the architectural landmarks one can easily find on the internet. I'm trying to approach every place as a tabula rasa without making research in advance and learning what is a must-see in a city. I just walk around as long as I can and spend time with the place as if it was a date with the place, and I'm trying to learn what is about this place and to see it for what it is. So my first work was made more than a decade ago as a very personal way to preserve a memory of a visited place, and I made it after I visited Rotterdam and other Dutch cities and towns back in 2009. That was my first trip abroad. I was then living in Russia, and that experience of unfamiliar environment felt incredibly intense, and everyone was seen as a novelty and a magic unseen before. The environment was so profoundly different from what I was used to in my hometown. And when I returned back, I would often think about this new experience and revisit the pictures that I took. And I think this is quite common among people to take pictures of the places when we travel so that we can, in a way, capture the moment. But I also think that memory of the place never comes to us in form of a single image. It is always this mess of fragments, details, smells, colors, sounds, textures, and those haptic experiences. It's a conglomerate, a world that our brain builds from associations connected to the place. And in my work, I'm trying to visualize this conglomerate and to transfer that world from my memory into an image. My second piece was made in Italy. And I was just in love with all these textures and arches and geometries and light. Then I returned to Italy 9 years ago in another city of Ravenna. Then I already started to introduce colors to my work, and I was invited to create this work. And I don't often do commissions, but I thought that the street was interesting on itself, so I agreed to do this. I walked around a lot and visited a lot of different neighborhoods, not only the city center. And in the end, when I presented the ready work, I faced a criticism from some of the citizens who felt in a way offended by inclusion of images of poor corners of town instead of those well-known Byzantine mosaics and temples that are plenty there. And I was not particularly interested in them. I was more interested in places that are not fetishized and that retain this authenticity to them. But having said that, of course, I appreciated the mosaics and stuff. This is the work from my hometown, also made long ago. So when you see black and white images, those probably are the first in the project. And when I made it, I realized that I have never been looking so closely to my own environment. So this project is also some sort of way to become more attentive to the place, to really see it for what it is. And now I'm also realizing that the project is not only about capturing the spirit of the place, but also a lot about preserving a memory of the place, because almost all of those wooden buildings that we see now on this image are destroyed. And the same applies, for example, to this work that I made in Berlin. And I photographed this magnificent mural which was painted over by an artist himself just in a few years after I made the work, as his way to protest against the gentrification of the area. So now this work is only kept in photographs and this kind of works. So I think this works that I make balance between documentary and fiction. It's a documentary because I picture the real place in real time, but then with these real images, I build imaginary world, and through this imaginary world, I'm trying to understand the real world and to speak about this real work. So it's this relation of imaginative and the real, and when imaginative helps to awake those associations and images. So when I work, sometimes I make those really quick sketches to capture the character and the general shape of the new architectural body that I want to build in my work. And as I mentioned, also, I often try to avoid the most representative buildings. For example, this is the work I made in St. Petersburg, and I only took photographs of the inner yards because I felt they were reflecting the feeling of the city in the best way, or at least the feeling that I have from this place. So, of course, this is very personal interpretation and very personal experience, which can be different for different people. When I work, I often exaggerate some elements. For example, here, I made these satellites really large because there were too many in that Israeli town. And I was also thinking about them as a new kind of garden that was growing on the roof instead of this modernist dream roof garden. So it's how the dream image faces the reality of life also. I often pay attention to texts that I meet in the place. And I try to include it in my work. So it's often some words in local language, which in most cases I don't understand. And also some more international phrases written in English that I found touching. So here also use local languages. When I looked at my work in a retrospective, since it has been a long project with about 100 of works, I realized that I was turning several times to this image of a house on a boat, some sort of an arc or city becoming a character living on a boat. So I found it in several works of mine. So this, the initial intention of this project was just preserving of my memories for personal use, so to say. So I made this collage, first collage to myself, but then it grew into a lifelong project. So now every time, or like almost every time I travel, I'm making this work. But also as life changes and life interest changes, the work changes as well. So if in the beginning of the project, I would mostly turn to urban environments and big cities, Paris, Berlin, Rome, then at some point I became more interested in rural environments, countryside, nature, abandoned places, and the places in between. My interest shifted to smaller rural locations, barns, shelters, wooden storages, and so on. And I separated this branch of a project and I called it Sideways Encounters, because it started as during a road trip in Norway and then continued in road trip in Iceland. And during those trips, sometimes you are basically in the middle of nowhere, but then there is a group of houses or just a single house, but the place somehow has this really strong character that I of course wanted to preserve it as well in my work. So this work that we see now is from Iceland, and when I made it, I read a story about an Icelandic horse, or like horses, and the strong storms that blows away the animals, and the farmers have to go and look for them in the higher places like mountains, etc., and bring them home. And that's how this horse ended up on the roof. But what this image represents to me also is this really strong melancholic feel that is omnipresent in Iceland, and this sort of melancholy that is so much that it becomes kind of sweet and funny at some point. It's this unbearable lightness of being that is really something characteristic to Iceland. So I made quite a lot of work there, and I also started to include images of animals that I would encounter in those places, and the animals would become those silent guardians of the place also. And in those works, I also started to pay more attention to the landscape in comparison to those urban collages where the background would, in most cases, be just gray. Here I started to include a lot of landscape because it was more present and more significant to the experience. So it had to be integrated in work to speak about this place. At some point, I thought that I would stop working with architecture and houses because I felt like I'm turning from this city flaneur into more like a mountain walker. And I started to make landscape montages, but I was using the same tools and same strategies when I worked with this. But then, of course, I realized that there are buildings in the mountains as well, so I could combine this. And of course, there are not so many buildings. It's mostly mountain refuges, mountain huts, and research stations, glacier stations. And they're very few and very rare, which makes it even more interesting and important to picture, I think. And then I also made several images for a show commissioned by a museum in the Swedish north. And that was Genius Lotsen Norr, about the north of Sweden. So I had to visit different cities, towns, and landscape in the north. And I would make those montages from places where I could see a lot of indigenous people houses and the attributes of their life, as well as factories and factory pipes that are also very present in the north. And ice fishing huts that are very typical and unique for that area also. And those images that I built, those architectural worlds that I built, they become characters. So they become those keepers of the place. Some of the images that I made there were floating in the space, so it's pretty different from what I made before, because I felt that those traditional Sami people's buildings they felt weird, even though they were on their land. I felt this kind of friction, and they didn't feel that they belonged to the landscape anymore, because in most cases they're exhibited as some artifacts from the past in the museum, context, or they're exposed to tourists as an attraction. So I felt they were kind of out of time, floating in this space as spaceships or time ships. So I called those spaceship Nor. And I also built a sculpture based on the same shape of the indigenous building, but also in a manner of a spacecraft that has this presence in an exhibition room. And I did I applied the same idea of spaceship, or rather arc, in this series of images from Russia and Ukraine, where I worked with wooden heritage, and I was building this sort of icons or arcs, which are also a way to preserve the disappearing wooden heritage of the area. And this is how I install my work sometimes. Sometimes I use some architectural elements found in a city, and I paint them white, so they kind of parts of the walls, very subtle. And that's the most recent project that I was invited to make in Romania. And this is the largest scale maybe that I reproduced my work in. And that's also interesting how the building is appeared on building. But that was a good experience to do this. And this is the work itself that I made. And when I arrived there, I quite soon understood that I really would love to start this image with the grid, because there were a lot of communist buildings in the city. But also I'm using a lot of those metal fences that are present all over the place in poor neighborhoods, and also they fence the older mansions that, of course, in Romania in not such a good condition. And the coloristic of that was really fantastic. So I felt like it was some sort of a modernist abstract painting when I worked with this. So I combined several architectural styles in one integral image, which I quite often do in my work. And this work wasn't liked by the city authorities either, because again, they didn't want to see the poor, the images of the poor areas, and they were in a denial of having them. They wanted more posh view, and I thought it was quite interesting, because maybe it's kind of an eye-opener also for them to see that a person from outside sees the place like this. And it's not that I'm specifically looking for this poor images. It's just that they are utterly present and true for the place. I think that perhaps my work pictures slightly romanticized image of the place, because many of the houses I'm attracted to are older. But I think that it's also mostly because they indeed contain this memory of the place. They are not clean in a way as, for example, modernist houses that we saw yesterday in the modernist film. If you remember this image of a kitchen that we saw through the large window, how clean it was. It was as clean and flawless and smellless as there is no presence of life. It's just the presence of architecture and the presence of the strong geometry of it, but no trace of life. And I think what I'm attracted in this work, what I'm trying to see and picture is exactly this. It's something that is beyond architecture. It's something that is beyond walls, geometry, windows, and textures. It's this something incorporeal, this spirit that I'm talking about. So I don't remember really including many of those contemporary buildings, maybe simply because I didn't see those traces of life yet on them. So, but in many years, this probably would change. Also, I'm trying to find the buildings that I feel are rooted in the place already. So maybe that's why new buildings don't feel as rooted yet to me. But of course, this image is dynamic, so it changes. My process is quite long and messy, but also very simple on the technical side. I'm only using very basic operations such as copy, paste, color adjust, and so on. And it's important that I photograph all the elements of my work myself. So it's really important for me to be physically present in the place, to experience it, to be with it, to spend time with it. And for me, this is the only possible way to be able to tell a story about the place. So every process of creating a piece starts with a journey. And then I come back to my studio and start going through all the pictures. And I try to allocate the patterns, select elements that are necessary to talk about this particular site. So these are the elements that I personally found true and authentic for the place. And then I start building from all those elements. As I said, it's a long process of fitting, of moving, adding, cutting, removing, doing, redoing, pixel shifting, until a point that I feel that I myself believe the image I create. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Anastasia. Really incredible work. I look forward to talking about it more during our roundtable discussion. Our next presenter of this afternoon is Jesus Vasallo. He is a Spanish architect and writer who currently teaches design and theory as an associate professor at Rice University. Before going to Rice, he taught at IE University, ETSAM in Madrid, Harvard University, and Boston Architectural College. His widely published design and scholarship, which focuses on the problem of realism in architecture, has appeared internationally in magazines such as El Croquis, AA Files, 2G, Log, Harvard Design Magazine, Domus, and Arquitectura Viva. From 2006 to 12, Jesus worked as a project architect with Mancia and Tunon, Arquitectos in Madrid. In 2015, he launched an independent design practice that bridges architecture and urbanism through an understanding of both as material culture. Some of the areas of interest in his work include housing, construction materials, background form, and time-based urbanism. He has already published 2 important books, Seamless, Digital Collage, and Dirty Realism in Contemporary Architecture from 2016, and Epics in the Everyday, Photography, Architecture, and the Problem of Realism, which will be available after our roundtable today. I first met Jesus 7 years ago on a Society of Architectural Historians panel that was chaired by Mary Woods and Hugh Campbell in Chicago. His paper, titled Building with Images, was one of the highlights of the conference. and today he's one of the most articulate voices on the rise of image culture in architecture. On a related note, I've been following the development of his Gray House building on social media, and it looks like an incredibly exciting project. So hopefully we'll be able to see and hear more about that in the future at another lecture. In the meantime, please join me in welcoming Jesus Vasallo to discuss his book, Epics in the Everyday.
Thank you so much, John, for the generous invitation to be here. Thank you very much to all the panelists for their really amazing presentations. I'll just try and keep it up to the extent that I can. And thank you to everyone attending today and online. So, Epics in the Everyday, Photography, Architecture, and the Problem of Realism is the title of the last book that I've written, but it's also in a way a summary of a longer research project that started now almost 10 years ago when I was starting to think about, when I was going into the PhD program in Madrid. And so this was the problem of realism, or the reason why I chose that as an umbrella term to start working on a research project was, it came from a very personal place in a way of just not being satisfied with the perceived dichotomy between the notion of avant-garde architecture as opposed to the idea of realism, right? So the notion at that point in time that in order to be an avant-garde architect, your architecture should be as removed as possible from the reality of the world, right? And to me, it was counterintuitive that in my mind, in order to be avant-garde, you had to have some sort of friction with the world, right? So this, in a way, was a very naive, a very naive motivation, right? But I was really interested in exploring the concept of realism as a driver for both my future practice and my future scholarship. So when I started researching and writing and thinking about who were the architects through the decades that I thought had already been working on this idea of realism, I realized very quickly that they all had a very intense relationship with photography. They had all either collaborated very actively with artists and photographers, especially in the documentary tradition, or they had themselves become photographers or image makers. So the dissertation, which you can see on the screen, became this very wide-ranging survey, basically, of those types of collaborations. And so, in a way, it started as interrogation of realism and took the form of a case study of the relationship between modern architecture and image making. That was too wide, I would say, too overwhelming to publish as such. So I decided to break it into pieces. And the first book that I published in 2016, titled Seamless, focused basically on work that was happening at the time. So I focused on people from my own generation, mostly in Europe, where I'm from, where I identified a series of architects and image makers that were collaborating very actively around or due to the way that they were both engaged in digital image making, and also around a certain aesthetics of realism in the work, right, that enabled them to engage in a series of collaborations. So this book made some attempts at establishing some deeper links with the history of architecture and photography, but for the most part, it was an attempt to capture the zeitgeist of the moment, I would say. So it was only a couple of years later when I felt a little bit more secure that I could take on a more comprehensive study, a more grounded study, and basically that's what I'm bringing today to the table. This book called Epics in the Everyday, in which I try and cover, in my mind, like establish a narrative for the evolution of the idea of realism in architecture and photography through the second half of the 20th century. So I start by talking a little bit about realism at large, how the idea of realism emerges within a larger discussion about the political role of art at the beginning of the 20th century, how it actually emerges in discussions about of literary criticism, and then moves to discussions of music, painting, etc. Well, actually, there's previous discussion of realism in painting in the 19th century as well. But I basically try and think about how each time there's an attempt to formulate this concept within a discipline, and then as it moves through the different disciplines, it sort of starts to shift. And what happens when it arrives at disciplines like architecture or photography, which have somehow an unavoidable relationship with realism, right? Like as opposed to painting, as opposed to music, architecture and photography cannot avoid being enmeshed with the real, right? Photography is always going to be understood as a record of what was there at the time. A building, if you build it, is always going to become the backdrop for somebody's life, right? So because they don't have that choice to dissociate themselves from reality, the realism becomes a problem in a way. I also try and explain how, because of that problematic relationship, when we want to talk about realism in architecture, we oftentimes ended up talking about different things, right? So the way that we've used terms like the everyday, generic, ordinary, etc. These are ways that we've been able, or that we have been talking about realism without actually naming it. And in a way, what emerges in this introduction to the book is a certain struggle, I would say, between ideas of realism that are coming to architecture and photography from the social sciences, and this is part of the history of the influence of the social sciences in the arts throughout the 20th century. And then on the other hand, ideas of realism that are more grounded in the disciplines themselves and that have to do with ideas of medium specificity, right? As I was trying to explain, that have to do with this very particular relationship of the disciplines of architecture and photography with reality being so different from the other visual arts. And the book then evolves again as a sort of a series of case studies and chapters from the immediate post-war and to the end of the 20th century, beginning of the 21st century, where through the decades I trace, in this case, a much smaller group of case studies. So just to be a little bit more specific, what do I mean when I talk about realism and this intersection of photography and architecture? This is an image that I find useful in that regard. It's a photograph that Eric Mendelssohn took during one of his first trips through North America, and that he used in his famous book, eponymous book called America, and which, I mean, this image in a way is very similar to the ones that Walter Gropius used in his yearbook of German architecture, that then were used and appropriated by Le Corbusier in many different publications, right? This is an image that can be used as a stand-in to talk about this drive for greater degree of abstraction and a formal drive in early modern architecture, right? So there's this way in which Le Corbusier would talk about these type of buildings as in terms of their bold geometries, their pure Platonic forms, etc. And that I think is the way through the second half of the 20th century, the way in which we've rewritten the history of modernism. But I think if you go back to the origin, there's something else in this image which is equally interesting, and is the fact that for this early generation of modern architects, taking an image as this one was not only about this fascination with a greater degree of simplicity of the forms, it was also an effort to basically come to terms with a very substantial part of the built environment that they did not understand, right? We're talking about, and we discussed this a little bit yesterday in the roundtable, moment in time where the drive of, or the sort of speed of industrialization is really too great, and somehow all of these new built artifacts, all of these new parts of the built environment are emerging regardless of the discipline architecture, before architecture as a discipline has time to evolve a cultural discourse for them. And so when I look at an image like this, I am seeing, yes, the drive for a greater degree of abstraction and a drive for a new type of formalism, but I'm also seeing an architect trying to make sense and a drive to basically make room to accept those parts of reality that are being ignored or repressed. So I see that in a very symbiotic way happening in the first generation of architects and then being lost very quickly, especially as the history of modern architecture starts to be written after the war. So for me, one way to explain the book is that through the decades, there are these different generations of architects who recursively go to photography and go to documentary photography as a way to try and keep their architecture as close as possible to the life of the cities and the life of the people around them, right? So documentary photography becomes like a lifeline to try and keep an architecture that is just becoming increasingly detached and abstract and try to bring it back into contact with reality. So these images on the screen are a clear example of that, taken by Nigel Henderson in the East End of London right after the war, and which then Allison and Peter Smithson used to illustrate their primer on urbanism and the principles of their approach to urbanism. But this contact with Henderson had other ramifications and really was a huge influence in the way that they set up their practice and that they defined their ethos. Something similar happens then 10 years later when Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi decide that they want to do a study of sprawl and they want to start talking about the architecture of places like Los Angeles and Las Vegas, and especially when Denise Scott Brown realizes that after going through architecture school, after going through planning school, when she tries to confront this new type of built environment, the tools that she has learned and the representation techniques and analysis techniques that she has learned at school are not completely sufficient, right? And that somehow architects and urbanists are missing a language to talk about these new realities. And she identifies in the photography work being done at the time by artist Ed Ruscha not only the capacity to identify these new phenomena, but also a visual language that allows them to start analyzing them and making sense of them. So up to this point, I would say the relationship between photographers and architects around the idea of realism is very clear-cut, right? It's a case of influence or cultural consumption, perhaps. So the photographer is acting like a guide, basically, that is able, within this boundless, formless, new built environment, is able to find the specific artifacts and phenomena that we should be paying attention to, but is also able to develop a visual language that basically gives us an entry point, provides a first degree of abstraction that allows us to make these items actionable and start to understand them. But it's a very clear sequence of then basically the artist producing that type of work and then the architect consuming that type of work and that cultural consumption having an effect on the way that they work. Then things start to get a little bit different and a little bit more complicated pretty soon when you get to the mid-60s with the generation of the minimal and conceptual artists and the way that they become obsessed both with the use of low fidelity documentary photography or utilitarian documentary photography, but also with anonymous building as a topic. So these are images taken by artist Saul DeWitt of buildings in Midtown Manhattan, which he uses to illustrate an article he titled Ziggurats, in which he basically talks about how lucky architects are that things like the building code, New York building code, things like construction, the economics of construction, etc., prevent them from being able to have a complete say in the form of the building, right? That there are all these limits to architectural practice, especially to the more anonymous sort of streaks of architectural practice, by which there are all these positivistic parameters that prevent the architect from being in control. And somehow, it's not only that he's fascinated with these subjects, it's also that he's describing in a way what he thinks could be a model for his own art practice, right? And in fact, when he writes the manifesto for conceptual art, it's a very similar article than when he's describing these buildings. If you switch art, you replace the word architecture with the word art, etc. Something very similar at exactly almost the same time is being proposed by Dan Graham. So this is his famous publication work, Homes for America, in which he is describing the mechanics and the protocols by which speculative developers around New Jersey and New York are building these new tract housing developments, and basically how, in a very similar way and with a playful and ironic language, but he's insinuating that these systems and protocols that are used to produce this anonymous housing could become the systems and protocols for an art practice. And just one more to show the degree of insistence. Here we have Robert Smithson walking around in Passaic, finding these objects in the landscape and elevating them to the category of art by basically describing them as monuments in a very similar way. And all of them are doing the same thing, which is they're appropriating documentary photography, and they're appropriating anonymous construction or anonymous architecture as a way to somehow envision what they think the next generation of art should be. And of course, they're doing that after being prompted by Rouchet, who had started doing something very similar a few years earlier. But what are they doing, really? I think one of the things that they're doing is they're mounting an attack at the previous generation of artists, right? So if we think of the heyday of high modernism in New York, there was this assumption that art, and here we're looking at Jackson Pollock, art was this thing done by really, really special people that somehow had an increased degree of, or were somehow representative of a higher degree of authenticity, and that then the specialness of these people would get translated to a unique object through a gestural process, etc., so that somehow the uniqueness of the artist got imprinted and became the uniqueness of the work. And what they're doing is basically countering that by saying, okay, if that is the most elevated and unique art format, then which is the least, and that would be the pamphlet, or that would be the publication, that would be the sort of low resolution documentary shots, and then with the same idea, what would be the least artful subject matter, right? And that would be gas stations, that would be tract housing, etc. So on the one hand, these coincidence around these topics can be understood as something that is internal to the history of art, as a sort of a clash of generations. But also, I think it's important to understand that it was not just directed inward, that it was also directed outwards. And perhaps the one that better spoke about it was Tony Smith, who in a famous interview talked about experience he had driving through the New Jersey Turnpike before it was finished, and how he was confronted with a landscape that he had never seen before, and that seemed completely alien to him, which he described, I think, very aptly as artificial landscape without cultural precedent, which I think is a very sort of fine way to describe this new reality in the built environment, and which also I think allows us to understand how these artists were actively trying to make sense of this reality, right? That it was not just, they were not just using it for the sake of mounting a sort of a manifesto internally within the history of art, but they were also, in a way, and despite all their irony, genuinely interested in making sense and understanding and accepting these new realities that were at that point being ignored or repressed. So I would say that that act of acceptance perhaps becomes a little bit easier to understand with the next generation once we get into the early and middle 70s with the generation of the new topographics and people like Louis Balz, where at this point there's no irony in the work, right? It may still be deadpan, but you can already see how the artist is very actively engaging in a recognition of the beauty of these elements, and very actively working to try and understand them through the lens of the camera, and to try and explain the artfulness in them. So this is an image which, in a way, or at least for me, is very similar to the one that I showed at the beginning, the Eric Mendelssohn images of the silos, right, where there is inevitably a fascination with the abstraction, the simplicity of the forms, the roughness of it, but there is also an effort to confront a reality that is being ignored, and somehow to try and bring it into the cultural discourse, try to make sense of it at least in an aesthetic way, right? So something very similar, I think, happens with Bernd and Hilla Becher from the same generation, although because they're European as opposed to North American, their attitude is slightly different, right? So in the case, they're also photographing the industrial work, but they're not photographing the new industrial work that is changing their landscape. They're being in the heartland of Germany in the late 50s, early 60s. They're photographing the disappearing industrial heritage, right? So theirs is a project of documentation that starts basically through a nostalgia of something that's disappearing. And then this act of documentation becomes so rigorous and develops a visual language that is so precise and so sharp that acquires the status of a conceptual work of art. So, and in the book, this is useful because it allows me to explain how something very similar is happening in the architecture field at the time, where if you think, for instance, of the career of someone like Aldo Rossi, he's starting his work in the early 60s with a really earnest effort, almost scientific effort, to explain how the anonymous mass of the city comes to be when he's writing his book on the architecture of the city, making this effort to really understand and articulate the mechanisms by which the anonymous built environment comes to be. And then as his career progresses, those ideas become instrumentalized and become these sort of highly formal protocols for the generation of his own architecture. So in a way, and forgive me if I'm being a little bit fast and loose here, but what I'm trying to say is that this moment of conceptual and minimal art and the way that they take these lower disciplines such as documentary photography and construction or building or architecture and appropriate them, this transforms the standing of these disciplines themselves, right? So after conceptual art, documentary photography has attained a completely new status within the world of art, and so does architecture as well. So it is not possible for us to conceive of an architecture that has a conceptual claim without this previous episode of conceptual art taking place beforehand, right? And that's, I think, that's easy to see in the generation of people like Aldo Rossi or Oswald Matthias Ungers, who all of a sudden have a claim to a higher degree or have a claim to a certain conceptual work. So, but in any case, and be that as it may, what is really evident is that after this episode in the mid-60s to mid-70s, the relationship between artists and architects is already very transformed, and that these relationships between them are no longer so clear. So they are no longer a case of cultural consumption, but rather a case of very active collaborations in which it is sometimes quite hard to know, almost like who is the architect, who is the artist. And here I'm showing the library for the Technical University in Eberswalde, which is a collaboration between Herzog and de Meuron and the German artist Thomas Roth, who is a disciple of the Bechers, and where in the book I go into a lot of detail as to who is who does what, and how the collaboration unfolds. But it is really a much more horizontal and engaged way to work together, and which wouldn't have been possible without this previous episode. That's even more, I think, evident than in the last case study in the book, where I write about the work of German artist Thomas Demand and British architects Adam Caruso and Peter St. John, who engage in a collaboration that really is made possible and almost necessary by the fact that their work methodologies are very similar already. So Thomas Demand is a sculptor who never shows his sculptures. He makes these mock-ups in paper, etc., that he then photographs. And then in the office of Caruso St. John, they were already working in that way through the making of large models that they would photograph as part of their design process. And that enables them to go into a series of collaborations that are really interesting from a methodological standpoint, really rich from the standpoint of the relationship between image making and architecture. But on the other hand, if we go back to the beginning of this talk and the sort of initial drive to think about the idea of realism in architecture, you could also say that what the historic arc of the book does is explain how, while initially in the immediate post-war moment, architects are basically drawn to the idea of realism because it offers them the possibility or the promise of a political project, of an ethical project. Then, as the generations progress, as the decades progress, this type of work becomes more and more, I would say, richer, sophisticated, and much more aestheticized in a way. So, if there was a preeminence of ethics, I would say, in the immediate post-war project, then aesthetics gradually take over. So that would seem then as a sort of pessimistic conclusion to the book, but actually in the last segments of the book, what I do is revisit this sort of contemporary work that I had already written about and explain how, in my mind, actually, and in our present moment in time, realism again has the promise to provide architecture with a political project, with an ethical project, as well as an aesthetic project. And this is a work by Philip Schatter, who is an architect who became an artist in Switzerland, and who, in a work such as this one, I think captures very well our current cultural predicament, which is basically this complete saturation of images and complete, basically, how we are so completely overwhelmed with the amount of images that we have to manage on a daily basis, right? But I think what's interesting about someone like Philippe Scheider, and then when he engages in collaboration with architects like Roger Bolshauser, also in Switzerland, in Zurich, I think is that they are able to, on the one hand, remain that sort of inclusive drive, this idea that realism is an effort to let the doors open and accept those parts of the built environment, those parts of the city, those parts of the production of humankind that we may not be super comfortable with, but they're also able, through an act of curation, to find ways to work within that detritus, within that overwhelming saturation. And that has to do with a reduction of the elements in each work, that has to do with a very selected curation of the relationship between those elements in the work. And just to give you one more example of what I think is the same, a very similar problem, I talk a little bit about the collaboration between artist Philippe Dujardin and architect Jean de Velder in the Belgian context around, in which they're both, in a way, obsessed with this idea of the primacy of the vernacular in their built environment, with the chaotic nature of the Belgian built environment. But instead of trying to make space or make room for something more simple, what they do is they try to insert themselves in this process of collective creation. Basically, in the case of Dujardin, through acts of post-production that are very similar to the ones that we've seen today in Anastasia's work. And then in the case of Jean de Velder, through thinking about the construction as a layered process in time, in which the architect is not a unique creator, but is just one more contributor within a time-based process. And why is this relevant, or why does this provide some opportunities for the enunciation of a political or an ethical project? And I think it's because this idea of saturation is not just is not exclusive to our cultural condition. It is really representative of our condition at large. That we live in a world that is completely full of people, completely full of buildings, completely full of the production of mankind, completely full of images, and almost full of ideas as well. And yet we know that it needs to be transformed very radically in order to be able to make it sustainable moving forward. So that's where I think realism is interesting, and strategies such as those developed in these collaborations are interesting, because they basically show us a way in which we can insert ourselves as basically able to create substantial change through the acceptance and modification of the things that are already around us. And I think that was a very broad summary, but I hope it was useful and will contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a quick break and reconvene in 5 minutes. We'll see you then. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to those who are here in person as well as the online audience. What a great series of talks. Shorter than we would ideally like them to be, but in the interest of time and conversation, I thought that would be a good format for today's event. So there'll be time for questions, of course, after our conversation on stage. So please save your questions, and we'll have plenty of time before Beatrice Colomina's keynote address tonight. So welcome back. Great series of talks, as I mentioned. My first question is maybe a little bit more of a comment, which has to do with the relevance of Mark Wigley's now 30-year-old seminal essay, The Architecture of Atmosphere. And I wasn't expected to think of this essay in this context, but there are so many similarities in the work that's being presented in terms of what we were talking about last night, a kind of a pale, a desaturation, a seamlessness, the desire to kind of stitch together something that might have to do with, as what Anastasia said, in her own work involves a lot of pixel shifting, a lot of kind of matching, a lot of what to me looked like something that's a very timely phenomenon, which has to do with the kind of pervasiveness of desaturation, and how in Mark Wigley's essay, when he's talking about kind of early modernists' attempt to strip away atmosphere from architecture, which is code for ideology, of course, to strip that away, all it results in is another kind of atmosphere. And so is there a kind of bleeding of color or bleeding of resolution? When we're talking about low resolution architecture, we're talking about low definition architecture, we're talking about realism and the everyday and the ordinary and so on and so forth. Is there a kind of attempt to strip away the kind of color and the atmosphere of contemporary culture in order to kind of stitch narratives and images together? I think there is, and I'm hoping that that kind of ignites some speculation on the panel, because, I mean, I gotta say, these are gorgeous images. Everyone is showing exquisitely produced imagery. A lot of it's pale, a lot of it's desaturated, a lot of it is the result, obviously, of academic publishing, which requires a lot of black and white imagery. But if we think of the academic book as a site for the production of architecture, then the kind of pale and desaturated image stitches together a little bit better with black and white imagery and creates a kind of atmosphere of continuity or seamlessness, maybe. So I'm just wondering, we are at a moment, it seems to me, an undeniable moment of desaturated beauty when it comes to image making. Because I haven't seen such an array of exquisite images, for years now. This was an incredible array of talks and also kind of presentation of images. So what are your thoughts along those lines? Does that strike anyone as relevant to today's discourse?
So I actually desaturate my photographs a lot. So maybe this is interesting for some of you. I use film, medium format film, and then I go to the lab and they scan the photographs, and then the actual work starts. So, and I'm not a technical photographer at all. And I don't have any photographic technical language in any possible way. But I usually explain a technician what to do, what I would like him to do on the photographs, and he does it for me. And we look at files together. And one of the recurrent themes is desaturation. We really we desaturate a lot. We really change to different degrees constantly and consistently. And at the end, the final file has very little to do with the original shot, because in my case, my work is not documentary, doesn't even try. I'm really not a proper photographer. And so that's why, however, I feel so free to work on the photographs and really kind of transcend architecture or somehow, and feel free to make images. So desaturation allows me to go about it in a way that sometimes feels right. And I think in my case, I really kind of strip the photographs until the minimum, until there's almost nothing else to take away. So color is one thing I take away. Usually, I often work with monochromes, which are actually full of colors, but they look like one color. And so, in my case, it has to do with the freedom to make images, which in my way actually reflect architecture kind of sincerely or deeply in a way, but they have nothing to do with the actual buildings, or not much anymore, or not in the traditional sense. So that speaks to my freedom as an artist. But definitely atmosphere is something that I think about, and mine is just a really mine is, since I'm not I'm not an architect, or I'm not a technical photographer. I really don't think about anything else other than what makes an image. And so atmosphere, an emotional connection, a sort of sense of identification with the places or an architect, or how that particular house might have something to do with me, or might reflect me, or that kind of that is what I'm a little bit interested in. But atmosphere, for sure, way more than architecture, or yeah, and desaturation helps definitely. So, yeah.
I love it. You say so many times things that you are not. I'm not a proper photographer. I'm not an architect. I'm not a technician. I'm not this. I'm not. It's fantastic. But I want to start with the first one. I'm not a proper photographer. Can you elaborate a little bit on this?
So every time I go to the lab, my printer begs me to learn to take pictures. So maybe I go to the lab, my printer really begs me to learn to take pictures, because my photographs are often really based on mistakes, technical mistakes. And I explain him that that's okay. But I don't even have a photographic language. I'm not able to. The way I give some kind of instruction is very vague, and has more to do with moods or feelings rather than exposures or numbers or figures. So, and I don't. I just use. I've always used one camera, and I have one lens, so it's very basic.
What camera are you using?
I use a medium format 6x7 Mamiya with a 65mm lens, which is the portrait lens. So that allows for a beautiful space to open up, which is not too close and not too far. So it's kind of perfect for construction and even kind of uneventful happenings, but still meaningful maybe. And so yeah, and I really like to sort of I really try to relate to a space or a place. I like to take pictures barefoot if I can. That really relaxes me very much. So really like to be in touch with the place and with architecture. So a very unusual way of taking pictures, probably.
Fantastic. I mean, I found it beautiful the way you talk about using photography as a way to feel the space. But I wanted to add one more to the list of things that you are not, because you just said before you talk, I'm not good at speaking. And I thought to myself, really? And you gave a fantastic lecture, and right now explain so beautifully how you work. So it is amazing. Really.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this idea of using architecture to make pictures and is fascinating, no? The whole thing of the skylights, which is the architecture itself is giving you the frame, and then your process of basically cleaning further, as you say, eliminating, and desaturation is part of this, right? So you are both fascinated with modern architecture that is already in a way kind of cleaning up, right? And cleaning up, even use photography to feel that kind of architecture and then clean it up further, right?
Yes. As much as possible, yes. Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
and in the end, it's kind of almost a self-portrait, in as much as you are looking for yourself, as much as
Yes. So definitely, it goes both ways. And also, this exhibition in Milan, you saw photographs of before, was called autoritratto, which means self-portrait.
Right.
But it was the title of a book that Carla Lonzi, an Italian critic from the 60s, wrote. And she named her book Autoritratto because instead of writing about the artists, such as Lucio Fontana, who was also in my exhibition, she actually engaged in a conversation with them. So they spoke in first person. And this was a book from a female critic, which which really changed the perspective. And so the artists spoke. And the whole work was really this enlarged conversation, and there were more voices together. And so that's what I was referencing in my exhibition, this kind of collective need and this kind of collective effort, and which I thought spoke of my work and to me also in many ways. And so I think my photographs are just born out of a sincere wish to connect to the works of these artists, to these architects, and to these spaces. And so that's maybe why they are the way they are, and they can forget about proper photography or other more usual photographic issues, because they just want to exist in space. So they just want to be there, and they really work with the space as one thing. So there's a communication there, which is born out of out of a real wish to connect, and to have a dialogue. So I would say
Architecture, right? You're interviewing the architecture.
Yes. So yeah, there's a sort of a collective nature at the core of my work. Yes, yeah, and connecting also. Yeah.
And a subtlety. When I was introducing your talk, I intentionally used the terms ambient subtlety instead of subtle ambiance, because it's not about the ambiance, it seems to me. It's precisely about this kind of radiating subtlety. And it's the subtlety that I see really operating in a lot of the work that was presented today. And we see it increasingly in what some have called low-def architecture. The work in Los Angeles, for example, of our friends Johnston Mark Lee, Michael Maltzon, Brooks and Scarpa. At the GSD, for example, there's a kind of burgeoning trend of the low-def. In fact, when John Lott was lecturing here a few years ago, and he introduced himself as a low-def architect and hinted that I'm not interested in low-def, that I would be high-def. I frankly didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and I think it has to do with the kind of seemingly oversaturated imagery that is often associated with John Lautner and that I often present, which is so colorful, so lush, seemingly opulent, too much, it's excessive. And that, I think, is somehow, it's become maybe the definition of high def, which differs importantly, I think, from hot and cool architecture, from 15, 20 years ago, somehow. I'd be curious to hear what Anastasia, because in your pixel shifting kind of subtlety, there's also an important subtlety that is constructive and intentional subtlety, and it's necessary in order to kind of stitch together the different pieces of imagery. You've described it in the past as something that can't be too high contrast or too differing in color or tone one from the other if it's to attain a certain level of believability. So subtlety is also an incredibly important aspect of your work. I don't know if that, could you tell us a little bit more? Is subtlety something that's more a part of the work than at the technical construction phase? Is it one of the key ambitions of your projects?
Well, I think it's really important, the light and the saturation. That's why I try to take photographs when it's not sunny, because if it's sunny, then it's really hard to work afterwards, because I have these different light conditions, different really sharp shadows. So I think this cloudy lightning situation also affects the work in a way that it makes everything softer. And when it's softer, then it's easier to put images together and make them look like one in a way. But I also work with desaturation when I work with colorful images, because it also helps in a way to blend colors. I work with digital camera in my work, and I find that digital image is always brighter and more saturated than reality. So it needs, or at least perception of reality. Probably it's as bright, but the way I perceive the reality, it's more subtle than the digital image. So in order to achieve this realistic feeling, I desaturate the images that I get. And also my first works, they were completely desaturated. So I made them black and white, not because I had a black and white camera, but just because I intentionally removed the color for various reasons. One of them perhaps was that the quality of my images was too not quite poor, because I had pretty bad camera, and the colors were not true. So it would be hard for me to really achieve this subtlety in colorful image. So I found it was easier to just remove the color altogether. But also I think it had to do with this just aesthetics of black and white image, and the feeling of something archival to it, or something that, like the documentary photography that I also wanted to give to my images, this feel of being something real and documented. So then I moved to the colorful images later on, when I got a new camera, and it became a little bit easier to work with colors, because I just had more color information in my files. So I could be more flexible in how I work with this. But it definitely helps to achieve more believable and realistic image if I do desaturate them.
And then the role of, I think, what Jesus was describing as a post-war shift from ethics to aesthetics, I think is an important note here. What role, does politics play in this? Earlier I referenced the attempt to strip atmosphere as an attempt to strip ideology that results in simply another form of ideology. Is there a kind of, I think, I want to make sure and not miss this important shift in your work, Anastasia, from a more kind of conventional architectural image to these kind of floating, more object-like images. And I think there is something important there in both in terms of aesthetics and politics. So, one of the reasons, just as a little context, one of the reasons that triple O, object-oriented ontology, is kind of a kind of force in architecture still today is because it allowed aesthetics to be brought back into the conversation. But the aesthetics that were brought back in were the kind of aesthetics of Jacques Rancière and other thinkers who understand aesthetics very much as a political project. So I'm wondering about the role of both politics and ideology in some of the work that we're seeing it's desaturated and it's subtle, and how that contributes to both a kind of political project and a different kind of construction of ideology. Is ideology itself smaller? Is it more subtle? Is it lesser? Is it more or less deceptive? I mean, in what way does ideology still kind of circulate and act in the field of architecture as it relates to image construction? Jesus, I have a feeling you have some ideas about that. It's a huge project.
That's a really, really difficult question, John. I'm afraid I don't know that I can answer it. But I mean, I would say I agree with your. I think it's a really well taken point about Mark Wigley's essay and the relationship with this sort of contemporary moment of low definition and the sort of exhibition at Princeton with Michael Meredith's show with the low definition houses, right? I think it's very well taken that, in a way, yes, if you want to strip architecture or atmosphere out from architecture, you're still getting some version of atmosphere. But I think what this generation has figured out is that they're actually going to do that intentionally because that's the type of atmosphere that they want to generate, right? And to what extent is that a political project or not? I don't know. I do think. I mean, I think it's a aesthetic preference on the one hand. I think there's but there's some. I say there's at least a little bit of a political component to it, to the extent that these are architects, very elite architects, accepting the realities of construction in North America with normal budgets in a way, right? Like this generation of architects, my generation of architects has no longer. I mean, something has changed. You cannot make a career like Frank Gehry did, or like many things are no longer available for younger architects, right? And I think part of this drive for simplicity of form, low definition, this sort of lack of qualities, or however you want to call it, I think it's in that sense. I think it's there's a realist drive there to accept that if they want to build, they have to build $150 a square foot to $300 a square foot, basically, and that's it. And it's always going to be something small, right? And so, is that a political project or not? There's something to it.
Well, you mentioned Princeton, which I think is a perfect reference, because we've had a number of faculty candidates circulate this year from Princeton. We've had many faculty candidates from Princeton, and there is a kind of almost aggressive diagrammatic clarity that seems to aim for accessibility and impact. So in other words, when I've asked various candidates for faculty positions, what is it about your representational system? Like, how are you using representation very clean and clear and seductively diagrammatically? How and why are you doing that? Is it a product of the environment of Princeton as a kind of apparatus for the production of architects? Or is there some other more overt ideological rationale? And one of them explained it as an issue of access, that there's a necessary clarity for addressing diverse audiences. And so there's something about accessibility, there's something about availability. Maybe it relates to what you're saying, Jesus, in terms of low budget projects, low tech construction systems, accessibility and affordability. So there's something almost like efficiently or efficaciously, frugal about the representation that we're seeing that is utterly seductive. And it seems to be emanating from Princeton, interestingly. I don't know, maybe Beatrice, if you could fill us in on some of the backstory there. Is that accurate? I mean,
It's quite accurate, I think, but I must say I haven't seen the exhibition of Michael Meredith because I'm on sabbatical this semester, so I was been in Europe. I haven't been around, so I don't know. But of course, he is a representative of that low def architecture that you are talking about. In terms of Princeton, and I have seen a few people from Princeton even today here. They're already here. Even if you are still hiring other people, they have already arrived somehow. They are in the corridors. I met a couple of them already. So what about Princeton? One of the things that always has been said about Princeton is that it's the smart school, and it's the smart school in the sense that we do press the students to have a position and to be able to articulate that position, whatever that is, over time. So that sometimes comes across quite well, precisely when that's why it's one of the things that we realize, for not now, but through the history of Princeton, that many more graduates from Princeton are teaching in America, and they become deans and things like that than any other school. So this has a little bit to do with this, with the emphasis also on history and theory, on articulating your position, and you're right. I mean, there are arguments about this question, which I think is this. It is political, because I was thinking, Jesus, when you were talking, is it the same thing happening in Spain? Because, I mean, in Spain, with all the fetishism that we have had for all these years about the detail and the material and the quality, I mean, the Italians, my God, also, right? I mean, so we have a lot more baggage to get rid of than American architects, right? I mean, are Spanish architects, I mean, also embracing this low depth architecture is anathema in Spain?
I think maybe not yet, but certainly in other parts of Europe, yeah, I think there's an intentional roughness, no? And France, I think, you know, I think architecture in France is pretty low def, if you can say that, right? Like pretty austere in a way, and then this sort of this dirtiness of the Belgian context, I think, is part of that as well.
I think that's a perfect segue to your stipulation about what is realism, or what is the reality of architecture. And I think you've made a very convincing argument, sort of to say basically it's a sort of a groundedness with sort of the everyday reality, also of the politics of the everyday. But I would also maybe ask you to elaborate a little bit. From my point of view, and I've also given this some thought through my work, on Venturi, there seem to be two things that I think are maybe worth adding to that. I think there's also the reality of, research. You were very much sort of addressing how architecture relates to photography and to the visual arts. But I think Venturi and Scott Brown in particular are also very much about taking visual anthropology and sociology as a cue, and sort of addressing or taking on the hat of the scientist, of the researcher who goes out into the field and studies and uses photography as a research device, which I think is a different form of reality than the one that is filtered through photography. I mean, it is also filtered through photography, but it's a photography of of sequence and of so anyway, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that, if you also would see it that way. And then the second question, I think that's why I was actually just reminded of that. I think there is also in the 60s and 70s, and you were talking about Aldo Rossi, a European sense of realism, which is very, very different from the American sense of realism, right? The reality of Rossi is not at all the everyday landscape of Italy in the post-war, but it's a sort of the reality of the fundamental archetypes on which the timeless idea of typologies And so I think it's very interesting that we are able to distinguish these very, I think, radically different trajectories of thinking about what is the reality of architecture.
I think you make a really good point, and I was somehow hinting at that or trying to make that point by juxtaposing Louis Baltz and Bernard Hila-Becher, right? Where Louis Baltz is basically a forward-looking project, right? He's looking at these new things that are changing the face of the earth and that are scary, right? And trying to make sense of it, versus Bernard Hila-Becher are basically looking at the things that are disappearing, the glorious past of German industrialization, right? At that point is going away. And the same thing can be said about the architects. Venturi and Scott Brown are looking forward. What is next? How do we make sense of this? And Rossi is going back to the historic city, right? And ignoring gas stations in the process, right? And so I think very clearly in that moment in time, you can see these vectors of Europe being very nostalgic and very backward looking, and the US is still trying to be very forward looking, right?
And socialist modernism as well, to shift gears a bit. The gray of the concrete that might be photographed in full color film, but still gives you an essentially black and white image. That there's something about having a receptive audience for the Concrete Utopia show that I referred to last night, which is just an incredible show at MoMA, really. Is there something about something that is not overtly everyday and ordinary, but still colorless in a way, or desaturated as a kind of phenomenon? I'm just thinking like hashtag socialist modernism, you know.
Well, I mean, I think you're referring to the photographs, the monumental photographs in our show by Valentin Nieck. And I mean, here we have the interesting phenomenon that the desaturation, which of course he also used, leads to an monumentalization, over-monumentalization of the already monumental architecture. It's a really interesting phenomenon, and it's, I think, the opposite of, you know, what Louisa is achieving through desaturation. And of course, you know, we could of course now embark on a gender discourse on photography, but maybe we shouldn't. But I'm actually curious to hear what you have to say on this.
On the gender?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't go, I was not very conscious of it. I just realized while I was taking photographs after a while that no building had been built by a woman. So they were all really built by male architects. So what I was doing then somehow acquired another level of meaning, but really it happened completely unintentionally. I didn't. That's not why I photographed the houses that I photographed. But then, of course, the way what I show about the houses, and I only photograph interiors and really only mostly houses. So when a woman sort of shows something of some kind of private or subjective or personal experience of the home, that also acquires a life of its own somehow, and becomes becomes an act and an experience greater than me, definitely. So I became conscious of it over time. But then, of course, when I think about women in architecture, like in the photograph of Schulman, for example, and everything is so staged and beautiful, but staged and artificial. So that picture of domesticity is a little bit fake also. And my experience of it, while being much more hidden and kind of invisible, and definitely a bit of a private kind of performance, then is definitely is made of small gestures, like opening a window, or like letting light comes come in through a door, or like really small gestures, which, however, completely change the environment and completely change the space. And really, that's when we feel more comfortable, and that's when we feel more at home. So, if anything, I would say that architecture somehow allows us to find ourselves. So that I really like about architecture. And also in my case, and that's what I kind of try to do with my work and with the installation and with really trying for the photograph to be part of the space. Because that's the work then is not the photograph, is not the space, is the overall experience. And it is just the chance of being where, to the chance of being there or somewhere, just with ourselves, somehow, to be more aware of our presence in that moment, in that space, and to connect with the architecture. So, so yeah, then in my case, being a woman, finding myself also means finding myself as a woman in architecture. So, but really through rather small gestures. But I think that they are of value because they really sometimes make us feel better or more connected or just belong to a particular place. So I think that's important.
I'm curious, in Anastasia's work, is there a kind of thread of gender discourse that you're consciously working with in your work? Because you've shifted to the production of some really exciting objects and specimens and this seemingly kind of post-human menagerie of non-living organisms in your work. Is that a kind of human, non-human conversation that we're having now, or is there also a kind of gender discourse involved?
It's a more human, non-human conversation, I would say, but also this conversation is mostly led by feminist writers, like hydrofeminists and so on. So, because they probably pay a little bit more attention to this like species that have been excluded from the discourse for a while, as probably they feel more affinity with them. But in my the project I presented today, I don't think I ever consciously thought of gender roles at all. No, not really.
I mean, there may be a risk there too, right? I mean, you know, I mean, for all my sympathy with all these gender discussions that we have been having for a long time, we are in a different moment as well, in which this binaries between what is female and what, I mean, you know, the example of seeing Catherine Opie's film yesterday was very revealing, and that the character of the film, what's his name?
Pigpen. Yeah.
Pigpen is non-binary. Right? I mean, I think that's very significant, and that we could also think about these questions today differently, right? And in your work, Anastasia, the introduction of the non-human, I think that's super important. We have become so much more aware of that we are not the only ones here. In fact, we are the most damaging ones. The Earth probably will survive perfectly well without us. You know, all these bacteria that have been here for billions of years have no problem surviving, but the destruction that we have been able to create, and that goes back also to the political question that Jesus and you were discussing before. Of course, this is also having, we are not longer in a moment in which you can create these massive works of architecture using all these precious materials and resources. I mean, the question of extraction has become a very important part of the discussion. What does it take to produce a building? And we are one of the most polluting activities. But I think we should go back to you, because I mean, with this thing of you being the host, John, we are not discussing your presentation, which was also extraordinary, and the saturation or not saturation in Lautner case, which I think is actually very saturated, right? And I wonder about this too. First of all, I love what you brought, that he was a photographer too, and that he used to photograph from the windows of the planes and the trains or whatever he was moving on. And of course, his houses, the houses of Lautner, are themselves a camera. They are also a cinematic or cineramic camera. They are constructed in order to produce an image. So the house itself is a camera looking at nature. And on the question of the architectural, the snobbery of the architectural magazines not wanted to publish Lautner, I wonder whether it had also to do with the color, the cost of color photography. For all the research I did in the 50s, color photography was still very, very expensive, and these architectural magazines did not have the resources where the popular press always had it, right? So Look and Life and LA, whatever, they could afford color, and this architecture just was not coming across in black and white in the same way, was it?
No, absolutely. That's a great point. I was talking with Ray Cappy about Lautner's work and his work, and he thought of himself as kind of a fellow traveler with Lautner. Ray Cappy, the founder of SciArc. And he said he called them the Taliesin boys, when they arrived in Los Angeles, in the 1940s, it was a moment of excitement that he had never seen before. And everyone was using wood and color and all these kinds of great materials in extraordinary ways. And, he held a grudge, I think, still, this was a few years ago, was still holding a grudge against John Entenza for not publishing that kind of work, which I think, in his estimation, and to a certain degree in my estimation, didn't really rely on its saturated imagistic qualities for its successful image making. I mean, black and white photos of these projects can be extraordinary. It might be a slightly different aspect ratio. When we're talking about the framing, it might have to do a little bit more with glare and shadow than some of the other lighter, more transparent, kind of gridded projects. But it's not that they're not photogenic. It's that they didn't fit the kind of Cartesian expectation of his particular magazine, which was kind of a solo operation. The amount of power that someone like John Entenza had at that time to pick products, to pick furniture, to kind of generate a taste for a period and a kind of clientele was extraordinary.
I think, there's also, of course, the fact that color photography in general, not just in architecture, was really considered frivolous and, not artistic until basically the 1970s. It's people like Misrach and Eggleston, Stephen Shore, 1970s. And of course, Stephen Shore actually, his first claim to fame was the collaboration with Venturi and Scott Brown. That launched his, career. So also, quite interesting. And so, of course, I thought your presentation was very convincing. And of course, Lautner's buildings could probably have been represented in black and white, but of course, that's not their nature. And of course, architects knew that. And so, because they were thought of as these color explosions, these buildings as providing the apparatuses of producing these color explosions, they were themselves considered frivolous and not, real architecture. I mean, I think that's very, convincing.
And the aspect ratio as well. I mean, often Lautner's work was described as wasteful. This was one of the most common terms, and it was, Aaron Betsky called it wasteful toward the end of Lautner's life. Even Architectural Digest sometimes described his houses as wasteful. And it wasn't that they were using more expensive materials or exotic materials or too much color, in a sense. It's that they were showing too much. They were kind of wasting a more kind of restrained or disciplined framing of the view. It's a little bit like Diller and Scofidio's Slow House, for example. The kind of crass vacation house view of the ocean that project was developed as a foil to. It's like too much viewing was seen as wasteful, I think, at the time. So that's also a piece of it, but for sure, I mean, the color of the landscapes, even when the color of the material choice is concrete, it's grays, the landscape pops so beautifully with those apertures pointed toward it.
I think it also has to do with the way that the form-making process is not aimed at the efficiency of space, right? Like in order to do that type of architecture, you need a surplus of space, right? Like those houses are bigger.
No, that's the amazing thing, is that these are relatively small square footage. They are absolutely comparable to the case study houses.
Interesting.
Some of the more opulent ones, of course. Even the one in the Arango house, when I was there, I was stunned at how small that terrace actually was, because when you crop the edges of the view and it seems to continue forever and it moves up and out and as wide as it can to envelop you, it feels infinite. I mean, Lautner talked about infinite space and so on and so forth. So there's a feeling that's generated through the visual construction of expansiveness that doesn't actually translate to a literal, spatial, or let's say, surfacial expansiveness.
It's such a contemporary category, not a wasteful idea. I wonder whether this is retroactive, because by the time Aaron Besky is saying that Lautner is wasteful, we are already in the 90s or in the 80s, right? Right. And of course, there is a huge difference also. The house of Diller and Scofidio is also 1990 or 1992 or around the time, and it was an art collector. That's also an interesting thing. No, going back to this question of the color, I agree with you. But you see, if you look at Life magazine, you have Lakeshore Drive apartments with mist smoking and the cloud of smoke are superimposed on this color images of the facades of the. So they were using color photography in Life magazine, in Look, in Popular Press, etc. At the same time that and they were not considering mist in any way trash. No, it's the opposite. So there is this dichotomy between the use of color in the.
That's also the East Coast, West Coast. No, it's allegedly unfair treatment of Western architects as frivolous. No, the West Coast architects as more frivolous, perhaps. No, if you do that in the East Coast, you can be cool. You can be like Mad Men. If you do it in LA, it's maybe too much.
I don't disagree with you, Beatrice, but I think that just the distinction, I think that the audience is of course key. And of course, an architect in the 1960s, just to continue this color argument, would have said Mises' architecture is thought of as being represented in black and white. And I don't care if Life magazine publishes it black in color. It's an abuse of the art of architecture. It's probably what an architect would have said, right? Whereas with Lautner, the same person would have said, well, Lautner is not really an architect because this is all about entertainment. This is about Hollywood and trash.
So that's the color scheme out there, the kind of beige and gray of the Freeland Buck installation. I think it's pretty interesting. That could have been, multicolored. It could have introduced other valences of kind of perceptive image making, and instead it's also desaturated. It's intentionally kind of limiting. I mean, maybe it's probably something a little more pragmatic than I might like there to be, in that the section cut as a kind of trope in architectural representation is intentionally reductive. It's reductive in order to be able to focus on the profile of space at a particular moment, at a particular place. And so there is something in the Freeland-Buck exhibition about draining certain content or certain amounts of data in order to be able to focus on others. So I think that's part of that aesthetic of the low def that we were talking about earlier.
There was this essay by Philip Ursprung, and I think he made a little installation in the 2017 Chicago Biennale, where he talked about what he called latte colors, and I think I don't know if you've read it, but I think if there's some zeitgeist condition here, why we are immersed in this desaturated world, I think that's a good text, and I think the way he explains it is somewhat pessimistic to some extent. I think it's a commentary on the state of the world today, but I mean, if there's one cultural reading of that tendency, that would be, I think, a way to look at it.
That's great. Well, let's open it up to the audience. Are there questions out here? We have a couple microphones to circulate, so raise your hand if you have a question and wait for the microphone, please. Steve? Over here.
Thank you. So this kind of relates to John's question about saturation, but I was thinking more in terms of synecdoche, the idea that particularly in Louisa's and Anastasia's work, it is about using the part to reconstruct the whole. So the photograph serves as an intermediary that reconstitutes the architecture in a way. And I was really struck by Anastasia's remark that some of the inhabitants of places that she worked in found it insulting that she was chopping up their city that way. But it is a really interesting question of the role of the detail, and even Lautner's houses with those little Easter eggs kind of hidden in them in various places. And I kept thinking about Atget's endless number of pictures of doors in Paris that we don't show very much, but were really important to him, apparently. So I'm curious about this idea of the role of the detail for us as viewers and thinkers about architecture, but also whether photography can convey that role to a wider public.
Anastasia, what do you think? I was struck by how you were discussing your work in terms of preserving your own memory or not violating the kind of whole experience of that environment.
In that sense, for me, details are, of course, important because this is something that some peculiarities of the place that makes you stop for a while and they draw your attention. And these are also differences between places because shape or like form of architecture can be similar in different places, but then when you look closer in what is it that makes it different, then you probably deal with details. So that's why I do think that details are important to represent the whole
So it's
image.
working a little bit like Roland Barthes' punctum. You know, this notion that there's something that kind of grabs you and you have a fused attention on it. And you need, you know, like Louisa, what you were saying with the empty gallery space, you need the quiet or the emptiness in order to have a kind of fused attention or punctum with only one or two of your pieces.
Yes. 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 So definitely empty spaces so that we can find space for the viewer, for ourselves, to place ourselves wherever we feel more comfortable. But thinking about details and pieces of information that stay, and the specificity of certain photographs, if I understood correctly. Maybe there's something to say about the relationship between photographs and architects. For example, mine has been an interesting journey that way. In some cases, it's been a very safe one because architects are no longer living. So there was no problem. Sometimes living architects, though, looking at their work in my photographs, definitely were not particularly thrilled because they couldn't see themselves enough. So however, some other. So I really think that I work in a kind of really respectful way, really acknowledging the places, and I only photograph them because I really like them. So, and the photographs couldn't have been taken anywhere else but there. So they really speak of that very place. But not all the architects see themselves enough. And but other architects actually really appreciated my way of looking at their building. For example, Sejima and Nishizawa, who themselves think so visually and are so really careful and conscious of the visual qualities of their building and the perceptual experiences they allow, they actually responded so well to my photographs that I had taken of their buildings, because we were somehow on the same wavelength, focusing on experience. And they understood that mine were not perfect photographs, but made sense as images of my experience of their buildings. So in that sense, that's been a beautiful conversation where nobody felt out of place, basically. But otherwise, it's been quite funny at times. Yeah. So
it's great. It's liberating to be respectful of an environment or a building, in a sense, and not have to worry about the architect's intentions or whether or not they see it as a kind of pure projection of themselves. I mean, I would imagine that Sejima has a certain kind of distance from her work and is creating, the kind of product, to be crass about it, the product as a kind of separate deployable entity into the world. So there's an automatic kind of detachment there, which is healthy, I think.
yes, absolutely. I think she really thinks of, she really builds for other people. So I really like this about her work. And really she builds for other people's experiences. So in fact, I really, really like their work very much. So yeah.
Are there other questions from the audience over here?
So I think there's, is this working? I think there's a term that we've been kind of dancing around, and that's kitsch. And I don't want to kind of make the kind of, just a kind of dialectical argument about avant-garde and kitsch, but I think it's necessary to talk about in terms of the image. And I think we're, the categories that Greenberg sets up for us, we're kind of, today seem to be in reverse, or a weird reversal, where the kitsch is content rich and prevents the kind of footholds of power structures from establishing themselves. And the avant-garde, or the abstract, is sufficiently emptied where it makes it susceptible to corporate interests and capitalism. So, given that, I think the digital image really falls within the domain of the kitsch. And a lot of the work that we've seen over the last 2 days does kind of fall, is a little more avant-garde centric, although Jesus and Anastasia, your work, I think, really starts to approach the kitsch, not because of any kind of interest in commercialism, but because of your attention towards the everyday and the vernacular. So I'm really interested to hear what the panel thinks about the kitsch.
This is you.
Okay. Can someone help me here? Yeah, I am not very. I've never been a big fan of Greenberg, and that's partially what I was trying to explain at the beginning of my talk, is that I just really don't agree with this sort of idea that there must be a dichotomy between the avant-garde and realism, right? And I think there was an attempt to figure out how to do that very early on in the 20s and 30s, when there was really a really strong discussion about the political role of art, among, communist and socialist thinkers, right? And they were trying to figure out how art could be radical and serve a social purpose. And that conversation was just never concluded because it failed to conclude itself. And so we were left with these really inadequate dichotomies of the kitsch and the avant-garde, of realism and abstraction, etc. And that's the way I see it, at least.
But it's a great question, because it's where I was going with the desaturation. Because as you bleed the kitsch out, and you're left with a kind of everyday avant-garde, there's still a kind of bleeding of content. I know it's questionable to think of color as content in terms of how Greenberg was thinking, for sure, but there is a kind of reduction in order. I don't know if it's not to be occupied, but it's under the umbrella of access and clarity and kind of a diagrammatic mode of maybe minimal or low-def architecture. So I think it's, the terms are being reframed, but that's, I think, at the heart of kind of where I was going with the desaturation questions. Are there other questions from the audience?
Okay. I was curious about the, speaking of the softer, cloudy montage going on with the photography of an overcast day, and thinking back when we were in California, the first day was rainy and it was very cloudy, and that I wrote down a note about the 1920s urban photography and how it was very misty, and that was part of the aesthetic that they're working to capture. And I was curious if you could speak about the collage, or how to capture that misty character in the basically perspective and collage work you all do.
Well, I would say I love being able to compare northern Scandinavian weather or atmosphere with the kind of page of the academic publication. I love that there's a literal relationship there with the kind of desaturated ambient light of the north countries, let's say, and the more austere but economical, formatting of imagery in academic publications and newspapers and so on. I think that's just, in terms of atmosphere, that's where I was going with that other question as well, because I love that. There's something so seductive about the kind of literal fidelity and kind of context for image construction that I think could be really important for architects moving forward. Other thoughts on?
maybe some are already there. You know, I was thinking about Sana because it came in the conversation, but I mean, it's unbelievable the kind of atmospheric production that these drawings already evoke, right? I mean, so this was maybe the first desaturated no architects in that kind of milky atmospheric oceanic view that they presented in their drawings even before they were realized, right? So, for example, when you think now that we are in Ohio about the Museum of Glass, the Glass Pavilion in Toledo, I mean, it's incredible the difference between the drawings that they produce and the photography that most architectural magazines produce. And then one day I was talking with Sejima, and she said, you know, there are these photographers that will spend the entire day, if necessary, until they find the right light conditions that they produce precisely what they were not looking for, which is like complete transparency in the sense of the avant-garde, right? When you are there, the building communicates much more this blurry kind of
glare,
oceanic whitish effect, right? Which is what they were trying to produce. So I think in many ways, the majority of, let's say, conventional photographers for the press or whatever, they are looking for the effects of an architecture that is no longer here. And that is another thing to reflect on, that sometimes the architect is already thinking about the image that the building itself is producing, right? And they are ahead of the game, and the critics and the photographers are behind, or at least the conventional ones sent by architectural journals.
And that's where I think Sejima and Dan Graham diverge, in that Dan Graham, with reflections and kind of the phantasmagoria of glass, is not what Sana does. It requires a white. It requires a kind of almost like the material of white, is what Michael Maltzin calls it. And it's a necessary contributor to that pale, intentionally kind of, again, utterly desaturated kind of production. Yeah. We have one more question, maybe.
Thank you so much for the symposium. This is great. So I want to kind of like compare the photographer with one other kind of media, which is the like kind of animation and like kind of like medium of like storyboard. I can see like from the presentation, we can see the photographer have this kind of fidelity of telling the story, or either actually even more stronger than movie, because it can just be one clip, or either one other frame, it can transfer from time to another time, or either one side to another side. You have this kind of like teleporting effect, which is, I think it's really interesting, really strong. And then kind of like refer to the movie yesterday, was from Catherine O.P., was kind of like covered with the fire, which the fire become the thing, is kind of go overall with the whole photo collage. And then I just want to kind of like ask about, or what do you guys think about like this kind of quality of like photo collage could be kind of similar idea of how animation kind of giving us a next frame, or like kind of like expectation of like what's next.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. I would say that storyboarding in Hollywood is effective because it's economical. It's one of the reasons the form is still with us, because in terms of predicting action and simply diagramming action, that we can now imagine what kind of fleets of people and what kind of truckloads of equipment we'll need in order to produce scene 1, 2, 3, or 4. The storyboard is utterly economical. And so I think it's related to some of these issues of access and the diagram, and kind of the low def work that we're talking about. It's a similar, very similar economical driver, I would say.
I think that's going to be the subject of your next symposium, cinematography. graphic architecture.
Yes, stay tuned. So with that, we are going to adjourn for some book signings and coffee, and we'll reconvene here for Beatriz Colomina's keynote lecture. I want to thank our panelists, Louisa Lambre, Anastasia Savinova, Jesus Vasayo, Martino Stierli, and Beatriz Colomina. Please join us again soon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our in-person audience as well as our online audience. We're going to get started. Thanks again for coming. I'm incredibly excited to welcome the keynote speaker for this 2-day-long photographic architecture symposium. It's been a great 2 days of debate and discussion, presentations, book signings, film screenings, and so on. It really is a dream event for those of us in academia working on architecture and visual media, just really extraordinary. So I'm very pleased tonight to introduce Beatriz Colomina. You all know her. She's an internationally renowned architectural historian and theorist who has written extensively on questions of architecture, art, technology, sexuality, and media. She's founding director of the program in Media and Modernity at Princeton University, where she's also Howard Crosby Butler Professor of the History of Architecture and Director of Graduate Studies in the School of Architecture. Her award-winning research has been supported by institutions, it's an endless list really, the Center for Advanced Studies in the Visual Arts, SOM Foundation, Le Corbusier Foundation, Graham Foundation, Canadian Center for Architecture, the American Academy in Berlin, and the Getty Center in Los Angeles. Beatriz's books include Sexuality and Space, Privacy and Publicity, Domesticity at War, Clip, Stamp, Fold, The Century of the Bed, Are We Human? And tonight's title of tonight's talk, X-Ray Architecture, which was published in 2019, and many of you purchased copies, and Beatriz generously signed them here tonight. A frequent lecturer at universities and museums throughout the world, Beatriz also contributed an installation to the inaugural Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism in Seoul in 2017, and has served as curator for major exhibitions including Clip, Stamp, Fold in 2006, Playboy Architecture in 2012, curated by Vienna in 2014, which was also the year of radical pedagogies, and the third Istanbul Design Biennial in 2016. I first met Beatriz more than 20 years ago when I was first looking at architecture PhD programs. And she was in the process, it turns out, of founding the massively influential program in Media and Modernity at Princeton. Her advice then, as well as her provocative keynote address in the Televisuality Symposium 8 years later, exemplified what it means to operate as a public intellectual whose work reaches well beyond the disciplinary boundaries of architecture. Among other architectural historians and theorists, she's notable for remaining open-minded and experimental, even while occupying the very top of our field. Beatriz's work is always fresh in its engagement with urgent contemporary issues. It never merely exposes myths and assumptions about architecture and visual media without also speculating on their constructive and projective possibilities. So X-Ray Architecture might be the title of her new book and her talk tonight, but her own work is about more than laying bare the inner workings of architecture to heal its symptoms. It's also highly suggestive of productive distortion and adaptation, almost more bionic than prosthetic, I would say. So it makes sense that she's here tonight to deliver our keynote address during the rapid ascent of image culture and another of architecture's paradigmatic transformations. Please join me in welcoming Beatriz Colomina.
Well, thank you very much, John, for this really super generous introduction. I'm a great admirer of John, and I suppose all of you are, particularly after this
2 incredible days, and you know, the capacity that John has to organize such an event and to keep the conversation going, let me tell you, that's not easy, right? So I know John, he may have been talking to me when he was preparing to enter a PhD program, but I, of course, remember particularly the televisuality conference you organized in Syracuse, and I have been following your work since then with great interest, and I admire you enormously, both as an intellectual and also as a convener, which, as I say, is one of the most difficult tasks, and very few people can sustain that, and it's so crucial to a school, right? So thank you, all of you, for being here so late in the day after all these 2 days of fantastic talks, and now you have to still listen to one more annoying person. Okay, from the question of the photographic, I took, precisely because this last book of mine, the question of X-ray photography and the impact that they had on architecture. But I'm going to start straight from Röntgen and his first test on what is this discovery of X-ray that he actually published in an article called On a New Kind of Rays, a Preliminary Communication. It's an article in December of 1895, a few days after the discovery, in which he already writes about what he calls a new form of transparency. And you see how relevant this is going to become for architecture, right? In which he says bodies behave to X-rays as turbid. I thought that John will appreciate this turbid. As turbid media to light, end of the quote. So the invisible rays are now described, as you can see, as medium, as a medium that penetrates objects and is revealed on screens. So a floating technical surface acts as the most intimate witness to an otherwise hidden interior. And architecture, therefore, is established that inverts the classical relationship between inside and outside, right? We now look outside and we see inside the body through this screen. And architecture, and this is kind of interesting to see the conditions under which Röntgen came up to this discovery, because of course the whole installation is so primitive, right? And the equipment that he is using. But the point I was trying to make is that this is an architecture we are still living in with our countless kind of screens that are monitoring endless invisible flows. This is, for example, a control room in a highway in Minneapolis. Architects, historians, and theorists quickly absorb that paradigm, developing an entire logic of the invisible in the early 20th century that remains largely in place. New screens, medical screens, are today creating new forms of architecture, and they have been creating them for a while. So if the generation, as you will see, of modern architects were totally fascinated with the X-ray, you can see, for example, that the generation of, let's say, the Ben van Berkels and Move, their book Move with Caroline Bosch, uses CAT scans of the brain, and so many architects of that generation were fascinated with the new technologies for seeing the body. So as you will see, we've been there for a long time. So historically, architects have always looked into the latest medical technology and been inspired by them. So the relationship between inside and outside is actually, as we speak, going through one more twist, and new forms of intimacy are emerging. This, for example, is an image produced by neuroscientists at Princeton, Sebastian Song, and the image, he collaborates with artists to produce such image. No? The image reveals specific pathways underlying cognitive functions. They are like, he says, 100,000 miles of these fibers in each brain, and this has a lot to do with this research in which they discovered why is it that people that have brain injuries for a long time, they thought they will never recover, but they do recover, because as we speak, we are making new connections, right? This is what Sebastian Song calls the connectome, right? Even before he mentions the X-ray, Röntgen describes already in the second paragraph of his paper this new concept of transparency that is intimately linked, as I say, to the idea of the screen. The screen is actually made of a piece of paper, paper that is coated with a thin layer of barium platinum cyanide that glows fluorescent when exposed to the rays. He marvels at the fact that paper itself is very transparent when seen through such a fluorescent screen. So the screen is really just this thin layer of barium cyanide, but it's not just a sheet of paper that is transparent. Even 100 pages, 1,000 actually page book placed in the screen, he says, becomes transparent. So again, it's this insistence on transparency that I think is very important for architecture. He keeps going. Thick blocks of wood are still transparent. Tin foil needs many, many layers to hardly cast a shadow on the screen, and it takes a very thick sheet of aluminum to reduce the fluorescence. So Röntgen screen show, in the words of this first report, that all bodies possess the same degree of transparency, but in varying degrees. So in other words, transparency is a property of seemingly opaque bodies, like the human body, right? In other words, transparency is not an effect. The X-ray is not something that you do to an object. The object is already transparent, and the X-rays allows you to see this transparency. The whole world is now understood to be transparent. Having studied the transparency of many materials, including glass itself, which he points out is paradoxically less transparent than other objects because it contains lead, he then moves to the human body. And that's this famous X-ray of the hand. And he writes, if the hand be held before the fluorescent screen, the shadow shows the bones darkly with only faint outlines of the surrounding tissue. So this blurry image where you see perfectly well the bones. The famous X-ray image is the image of the hand of his wife, Bertha Röntgen, with her wedding ring, a big wedding ring on the third finger. It was taken only 5 days before he submits the paper for publication. This image is to be used as illustration of even the proof of this astonishing discovery. And the story of the image is also interesting, crucial in a way, as it was this image to the popular success of the invention of the X-ray, is that the story is that Röntgen was afraid of that his colleagues will discover this astonishing discovery. And he brought his wife to the laboratory on the evening of December 22, 1895, after months of experimenting with inanimate objects, and exposed her hands to the X-ray for 15 minutes, producing the first X-ray image of a human body. Upon seeing the image of her own hand, Bertha Röntgen famously said, "I have seen my own death," right? Anticipating what was to be a common popular reaction to X-rays, as you can see, for example, in this cartoon that appeared in Life magazine. We were talking about Life magazine this afternoon. Already in 1896 existed this journal. Röntgen's article stimulated enormous double reaction in a way. No? Scientists around the world seize upon the idea and try to replicate the experiments. And the popular press also ignited a whole speculation, a huge speculation about the possible uses and meaning of these images. It's super interesting because the newspapers were the ones that anticipated the medical use of the X-ray, when Röntgen himself was skeptical about that possibility. But these newspapers were all galvanized by the idea of this invisible world. The image of Bertha's hand gave way to a whole genre of such images, both in scientific and popular publications. Countless X-rays of hands were made by Röntgen himself and by others soon after the article was published. Röntgen, for example, did photograph the hand of the Professor Kolliker here at the University, a famous professor, a famous anatomist at the University of, and the president of the Würzburg Physical and Medical Society, during Ronger's first public lecture on the discovery on the 13th of January of 1896. So you see, it's very fast. He's doing the experiments. He photographs the hand of his wife. It's almost Christmas. The paper is published already in December. He's giving his first lecture here. And during this lecture, Ronger demonstrated by doing the X-ray of the hand of Kolliker. Then immediately became super popular to have your hand X-ray, and he was called to Berlin by the emperor to report on the discovery, and he photographed the hands of the Emperor Wilhelm II and the Empress Augusta Victoria, and then suddenly all the royals wanted to have their hands X-ray, so he did the hands of the Duke and Duchess of York, and the Emperor and Empress of Russia, and among many other notables. This is actually in the Illustrated Journal of London in 1896 too. So you see, again, always with the ring. So what is happening here is that the X-ray of the hand has become a new kind of intimate, if you want, portrait, and the icon of a new worldview, a worldview in which everything, no matter how seemingly impervious, becomes intimate. And I give you this beautiful image of the kind of beautiful kind of portraits of your hands that became fashionable and desirable around that time. Ronger had named the mysterious phenomenon X-ray, and the X is because he didn't know what they were. Kolliker had proposed during the lecture of Ronger in Würzburg that the new rays should be called Röntgen rays, and in fact in Germany they still call them that way, but self-effacing Ronger completely refused and insisted to continue to call them X-rays. The justification of the term rays, he claims in that first article, lies in the shadow pictures produced by the interposition of a body between the source of light and a photographic plate or a screen. Ronger wrote that he had observed and photographed many such shadow pictures, he called them shadow pictures, including a set of weights inside a wooden box, a compass card, and a needle completely enclosed in a metal case in the 2 months before he photographs his wife's hands. And those are the illustrations in his article. Ronger considered this ability to make photographs of the so-called shadow pictures on the screen of a special interest because it makes possible to exhibit the phenomena as to exclude the danger of error. The main advantage for him, therefore, is to provide proof of to confirm the observations that he had made multiple times with the fluorescent screen in the laboratory. Soon after the publication, he sent reprints of the article together with some prints of the X-ray to many scientists, including Emile Barbour in Berlin and Henri Poincaré in Paris. Barbour immediately added the X-rays to an exhibition that he was already mounting on the occasion of the anniversary of the Berlin Physical Society at the Berlin University, and this was actually the first public exhibition of the X-rays. What is important is that without these images, the discovery of the X-ray would have been of less interest both in scientific and in popular circles. It was front news in many newspapers. Die Press of Vienna was the first to report on the discovery with an article called A Sensational Discovery in January 5th, 1886. In their haste, they misspelled the name of Ronger by calling it Röntgen. The following day, the London Standard cabled the following news release to the world, repeating the misspelled name. This is how it got to New York, too. The noise of war's alarm, and then we are reminded we are in the middle of the war, should not distract attention from the marvelous triumphs of science, which is reported from Vienna. It is announced that Professor Röntgen of Würzburg University has discovered a light, which, for the purpose of photography, will penetrate good, flesh, and most organic substances. The professor has succeeded in photographing metal weights which were in a closed wooden case, also a man's hands, which shows only bones, the flesh being invisible. When the London Standard reported on the story in their page of January 17, 1896, they felt obliged to add, "The press assures its readers that there is no joke or humbug in the matter. It is a serious discovery by a serious German professor," and the serious repeated. The Frankfurter Zeitung published the news also on January 7 and was the first newspaper to print images. And then newspapers around the world, from Paris Matin to Krakow to New York Times, St. Louis Dispatch, Sydney Telegraph, and many others all over the world continue to sensationalize the discovery of this, anticipating, as I said before, its medical use, something that Röntgen was completely skeptical about it. Since only tests could be sent by cable telegraphy, most of these early reports were not illustrated, prompting a lot of skepticism in many parts of the world from readers and journalists alike. Thus, for example, reported the problem, although it seems an All Fool's Day joke, is seriously considered in serious circles. So again, every time they have to repeat the serious and serious. Right? Many people follow on Röntgen's invention, developing techniques for photographing the X-ray effect. Röntgen had actually refused multiple offers to patent his discovery. Particularly Americans immediately contacted Röntgen to patent the X-ray, but he declared that it belonged to humanity, so he didn't do it. He died in absolute poverty, by the way. From the beginning, he provided detailed accounts of his methods, allowing others to experiment. Within a month of Röntgen's publication, these two fellows, Joseph Maria Eder, which was the director of the Austrian Institute for Graphic Processes and author of an early history of photography, and the photochemist Edward Valente, published this book, Research on Photography with Röntgen Rays, which is an album of 15 photographs made with X-rays, where they describe in great detail the procedure they have used and the improvements they have made to the Röntgen apparatus. Human hands and feet, fish, frogs, a snake, a chameleon, a lizard, a rat, a newborn rabbit are among the images in this album, which is kind of zoo, a kind of, in many ways echoing the 19th century naturalist albums of animals, insects, and plants, but in many ways also anticipating the new vision photography of the 1920s by Moholy Nash and others, which also became in a way encyclopedics, as if the whole world had to be seen again, or more precisely, as if it was a whole new world, right? Moholy will later write, "The passion for transparency is one of the most spectacular features for our time. In X-ray, structure becomes transparent and, in X-ray becomes transparent and transparency manifests the structure. The X-ray pictures are among the most outstanding space-time renderings of the static plane. They give simultaneously the inside and outside. The view of an opaque solid is outlined, but also its inner structure. And you can see also in the illustrations of the book that again we have these poor frogs that appear in all these experiments of this book. But in fact, what interests me about the X-ray is how X-ray images transform the visual field long before the so-called avant-garde. The X-ray was a new kind of realism, which was in no way in opposition to a new kind of mysticism or spiritualism. For example, William Crookes, which you can see here, and is the scientist who developed the cathode tubes used by Röntgen, was actually the president of the Society for Psychical Research, and within a year of the discovery of the X-rays, announced that the X-rays produce a new sense of reality based not on outer surfaces, but on inner vibrations closer to consciousness itself. So it's very interesting to see that this moment you have these scientists that are at the same time part of these other kind of alternative views of the world, the society for the psychic. And you can think also about other characters like Annie Besant, for example, and her theories of the thought forms, the image of thought forms. It's all about giving, she says, giving visible form to the invisible, right? And it's not by chance that many of her images also look like X-rays. So these are the years that are called the years of the invisible by many of those authors. For example, here, the X-ray photography of the invisible. In fact, it's important to, okay, here we are with this. Yeah, the X-ray was an optical and philosophical revolution that swept the world at an astonishing speed. The first surgery with X-rays was carried out in the United States only 2 months after the discovery of the X-ray. And you know you have here this immediately. So 2 months, and we're already having surgery with X-ray, something that he himself was kind of a skeptic, as I say. It is important also to note that the albums of X-rays that proliferated everywhere were still all presented as images of screens. For example, here you have a book that is aimed to popularize science. In 1898, a French book, the photography of the invisible, and carefully notes below each one of the images in this album, he insists in writing shadow on a screen. For example, under the shadow, or under the X-ray of this frog, we read shadow of on the fluorescent screen of a frog that is being in this way or that way, right? Or a shadow of a hand on a screen of platinum cyanure of barium. The caption, the continuous insistence that the X-ray is on a screen, is needed, because the screen, of course, has disappeared. It has the same color of the paper in the publication. The caption reminds the reader that there is a screen there, a screen that was originally actually made of paper. The shadow image takes the place and the modality of the drawing, a ghostly, if you want, trace, hanging before the viewer and offering a deep gaze into the secret of a body or even the cosmos itself. The floating, disappearing screen becomes one of the most powerful instruments. Röntgen was himself fascinated, and here you have his book of photography, by the fact that he could produce the effect directly on a photograph, on a photographic plate. Right? Between a year of the discovery of the X-ray, Eastman developed a special plate for X-rays, and a thin, transparent surface will eventually take over the responsibility of the screen, when Eastman also introduced film replacing the glass photographic plate. But this doubling, this eerie, if you want, status of the shadow image, in a way remains. The photographs of Bertha's hand was the image of an image, the proof of what Röntgen had seen countless times on the screen. It is still an image, if you want, on a screen. This magical and uncertain screen effect ripple through society, becoming a new kind of spectacle, as if nothing could be seen the same way. Everything needed to be rethought. Every field seemed to be affected by the magic screen. Science and medicine, of course, but also policing and entertaining. Here you have these characters. I'm not so sure what they are doing, but they are all experimenting during these years, and there are multiple images of this. You can see this hand with the bucket shot, and it's used to before surgery to know what they have to remove. So it's used, of course, in science and medicine, but also policing and entertainment, religion and spiritualism, as I was saying before, where many seize upon the idea of the X-ray as proof of what they believe all along. The screen was a site of intense speculation. From the very beginning, the visual revolution was also understood as an assault on privacy, and even a form of indecency. So it's kind of interesting because this kind of images are also in the popular press, so it's not surprising. It's always a woman. It's almost like no man suffers from any kind of problem that needs to be addressed with the X-ray. The London newspapers, the Pall Mall Gazette, wrote, "We are sick of the Röntgen rays. It is now said that you can see other people's bones with the naked eye. On the revolving indecency of this, there is no need to dwell." And then there's all kinds of comical cartoons and poems that explore this new space of exposure. So the fear that the X-ray will allow to see through clothing was also there from the very beginning. This is a poem in the Electrical Review in April again of 1819, sing, the Röntgen rays, what is this craze? The town is ablaze with the new face of X-rays and full of days, shock and amaze, for nowadays I hear they will gaze through cloak and gown and even stays, these naughty Röntgen rays. Shortly after the invention, merchants start to offer X-ray proof underwear. Which, by the way, happened again. I don't know whether you are aware. In recent years, when costume introduced this new kind of full body scans that were very controversial at the beginning, remember, because they revealed quite a bit of the body in airports in 2007. And then there was a New Jersey company that started producing this underwear. They were advertised in the New York Times. Proof against privacy against this machine. So X-ray proof underwear. And a New Jersey congressman is supposed to have introduced a bill to ban X-ray opera glasses, should they ever be invented. Right? So they already anticipate the idea that you will be looking through it. Thomas Edison, imagine, who also exhibited X-rays to the public in the New York Electrical Exhibition of 1896. And here is busy X-raying with his fluoroscope the hand of his assistant. Even imagine, and he writes as much, that the X-ray could eventually read people's thought. So this is Thomas Edison, right? Not just any idiot. So there is all this projection, all these ideas of the X-ray could do, even anticipate your thoughts, right? The X-ray is also interesting. It was an immense form of entertainment from the beginning. There were X-ray machines in every fair, scientific or popular. This is a leaflet, for example, that was distributed in an 1896 exhibition in the Crystal Palace in London. And it reads, before leaving the exhibition, see the wondrous X-rays, the greatest scientific discovery of the X-ray, and of course, X-rays taken. That's very important, the last line, X-rays taken. Everybody had wanted to have their X-ray taken. In Paris, this department store, the Grand Magasin du Fayel, alternated, as you can see down below here, alternated demonstration of an X-ray machine with demonstrations of the Lumiere brothers' moving pictures. And this is incredible because customers, of course, could have their X-ray taken during their experiment of their hand or their feet as a souvenir. And it's interesting because, of course, X-ray and cinematography were discovered within a few months of each other in late 1895. And it's interesting, too, to know that X-ray equipment was bought not just by scientists, but by entrepreneurs, some of whom believed that the X-ray will have much more entertainment value than cinema. So at the beginning, it's super fascinating to see that business trade journals carry advertisements from empresarios that were trying to exchange their movie projectors for X-ray equipment, because apparently it was more popular at that time to have your X-ray taken than to go to the movies, right? Here it's in Paris still, in 1896, Bloomingdale's hired a Columbia University student to conduct public demonstrations of the X-rays, and there were X-rays studios in all major cities in the United States, and X-ray slot machines were installed in Chicago, in New York, everywhere. You could have an X-ray taken for $1. X-rays were also, interestingly, immediately used for policing in customs checkpoints where suitcases and people were subjected to X-rays. In Paris, for example, in the railway stations, the police subjected passengers and their luggage to X-ray as early as 1898. So here you have this illustration of a Parisian newspaper of these inspectors looking through this suitcase, but also this one that shows a woman that is hiding a bottle of liquor under her skirt and is being exposed by the machine. So as the glass, which contains lead, as Rongen say, becomes visible, and next to the femur in the X-ray. What is crucial here, I think, is the architecture again of this scene. She is suspended behind this floating screen, held in place by the assistant. She is occupying, if you want, a new kind of space of exposure, right? And this is very important because I think the X-ray was architectural from the beginning and remains so, as can be seen in image after image, from the first stand of Rongen to this image, for example, of this attractive blonde being held behind a screen in 1940. By the way, this is a publicity image to reassure the American public that radiation from X-rays was completely negligible. So here you have, she's perfectly happy, right? She's occupying this new technology, maybe not that happy, technological space defined by a screen rather than by walls. That's the point that I'm trying to insist, a glowing screen with its somehow shadow image. And in a way, we are still in the territory of the Bertha Rongen and the Ur image of her hand. The mystery of the interiors are brought to the surface by a screen, and the flesh becomes this faint outline. The body is literally turned inside out. Now, of course, Western architecture, almost from the beginning, think about the Italian Renaissance, has modeled itself on the human body. But with the arrival of the X-ray, the body is in a way inverted, with the inside becoming the outside. And here, this is an incredible image of the most important magazine of architecture at that time. This is already 1952, the Revista Nacional de Arquitectura of Madrid. Right? Instead of having this kind of male, athletic, healthy body that we have seen in architecture from the beginning, from Vitruvius to let's say, Le Corbusier, Modular, always this macho man in that kind of are such an important part of architecture. Here is an X-ray of the lung superimposed on a modern building. So the body of modern architecture is not the healthy body that we are accustomed to, an athletic body that we are somehow inclined to think, but it's already a sick body. Modern architecture somehow absorbs the logic of the screen and even of the shadow image immediately. In glass architecture, you can say that the logic of the X-ray applies. There is an outer screen that disappears in order to register this ghostly image of the inside. So this is what I call X-ray architecture. This X-ray effect was integral to a new discovery or discourse, if you want, in architecture about transparency. So they take immediately from Rongen, I think directly, this question of transparency that becomes crucial in architectural discourse. Here is a very important book, Arthur Korn's book of 1929, Glass in Construction and as a Commodity, where he catalogs the new using of glass in architecture and remarks, as if he was surprised, the outside wall is no longer the first impression one gets of a building. It is the interior, the spaces in depth, and the structural frame which delineates them that one begins to notice through the glass wall. Glass is noticeable, yet not quite visible. It is the great membrane, full of mystery, delicate, yet tough. Right? It's so interesting to go back to this kind of statements of 1927 to realize the surprise that glass architecture was producing in that generation. The outside wall is no longer the first impression one gets of a building. It's kind of interesting, right? The kind of simplicity of this. But anyway, this sense of mystery, which of course the X-rays share, infuses Korn's book, which has multiple photographs of modern buildings, including photographs of the Bauhaus, which was already in the cover, the building in Dessau, where the glass wall is a kind of ripple, if you want. The volume of the building somehow looms without definition. Korn's discussion of transparency in architecture, I think, is an uncanny echo of Röntgen's discussion of new forms of transparency in the very first publication of his discovery. Just as the body of the Bauhaus building appears strangely blurry through the not quite visible glass, if you don't know that that is glass, well, it could be anything, right? It could be open as well. Röntgen writes about the flesh becoming a kind of mysterious shadow while the bones are perfectly visible. Modern buildings even started to look like medical images. The impact of the technology of the X-rays, the dominant diagnostic tool for lung tuberculosis, is evident in the work of many avant-garde architects of the early 20th century. Mies, as you know, wrote about his work as skin and bones architecture and rendered his projects of the Friedrichstrasse skyscraper of 1919 and even more evident in the glass skyscraper of 1922, as if he was seeing the building through an X-ray machine. It's impossible to imagine that Mies would have arrived to these images without the X-ray. In fact, he was so fascinated with the X-ray that he collected X-rays, and sometimes he publishes them, like in this article in Gestaltung, where he has this silhouette of the head of a woman next to the X-ray of the head of the same woman. They were all fascinated by the X-ray, all of them. Right? And even in this article in Merth, he puts an image of a bone alongside his glass skyscraper to drive the point home. But the point is that Mies is not alone at all. Books on modern architecture are filled with images of glowing glass skins revealing inner bones and organs. They look like albums of X-rays. They are reminiscent of the X-ray atlases that proliferated also in the early decades of the 20th century. Think, for example, about Le Corbusier's project for the glass skyscraper of 1925, and again, Le Corbusier glass skyscraper. Think about the Gropius Bauhaus, which we just saw, 1925. Think about Brinkmann and Vanderbloot Van Nelle factory in Rotterdam. Think about Mendelssohn, Socken, the Parman stores of 1926. Think about George Keck Crystal House here in the World's Columbian Exhibition in Chicago. Think about so many other projects that you can think about. The palace, the glass palace in the Netherlands of Fritz Puth, at night and during the day, or think about Bucky Fuller, Diamaxion Tower, etc. And countless other examples that I'm sure are coming to your mind. So this is much more, I will say, that a dominant aesthetic is the symptom of a deep-seated philosophy of design that derives from medical discourse. In fact, you can argue even more that the development of the X-ray and of modern architecture coincide, and they evolve in parallel. If experiments with glass were numerous in the early years of the 20th century, they tend to be isolated, exoteric projects like this one of Bruno Taut, for example, by avant-garde architects. Many develop like this one in the context of temporary buildings and fairs. Only here is the glass house, or think about the Barcelona Pavilion, again, a building that was in a fair that was there only for a couple of 3 months or something in Barcelona, that nobody quite saw. It was 1929. It's not like people were going around doing tourism. Apparently, people from Madrid didn't bother to go to Barcelona either. So this is amazing because we call it the most important monument of the 20th century, and nobody actually saw it, right? So it existed in images. It existed in these images that circulated through all the magazines, but we call it the most important monument of the 20th century. Anyway. There are multiple experiments unrealized, like, for example, even Mies glass house in the hillside of 1934, but only by mid-century, they say, this dream of the see-through house is finally realized in Mies Farnsworth house in Plano, Illinois, and Philip Johnson glass house in New Canaan, Connecticut, both more or less around 1949 they were completed. Just as the X-ray exposes the inside of the body to the public eye, modern architecture all of a sudden feels the need to expose also its interior. And this exposure, by the way, becomes mass phenomena with the introduction of the picture window at mid-century. This is an advertisement for Pella windows with these two kind of twins there and this a little bit creepy image of the postman arriving in this house. It's interesting that the dream of the transparent house becomes realized even at a popular level at the very same time that the X-ray also becomes a mass phenomenon, right? So if the X-rays was used in sanatorium for those suffering from lung problems, all of a sudden at mid-century, everybody is X-ray in schools, in factories, etc., right? And it's not just that the house has to be seen through. All of a sudden, we have to see through everything, even Pirates, cookware, or saran wrap to windows in ovens or in washing machines, everything. You have to expose the content of everything. Likewise, everything must be subjected to X-rays, even cars, as in this 1946 image of a Jeep that was featured also in Life magazine, the world's biggest X-ray, and used in the exhibition. This is 46, so it's still obsessing about the X-ray. Yeah? And it's used in the exhibition of the independent group, Parallel of Life and Art, at the Institute of Contemporary Art in London in 1953. You see here they are in preparation of the exhibition with this kind of cute image of one of the kids of Henderson, and you see the image of the X-ray there that will be part of the Parallel of Life and Art exhibition that opened in 1953. And as you can see, the front cover of the catalog has this X-ray image of a man using an electric saber. This image actually was taken from Moholy Nash, the book Vision in Motion of 1947, where it is described as the work of two doctors in New Jersey, in a New Jersey laboratory. The image apparently has been published. I did some research and found it has been published in Mechanics Illustrated, which is probably where Moholy got it from. But also Moholy picked up images from X-rays from a 1923 issue of Wendingen magazine, which goes to show that architectural magazines were already publishing X-ray images from the turn of the century. They were already fascinated with the X-ray. But by the time actually Moholy Nash, this book of Moholy Nash, which is 1947, the X-ray had evolved from being radical images representing the hidden truth of things to becoming almost routine elements of everyday life. Starting in the 1930s, shoe stores in the United States had X-ray machines for shoe fittings, right? Without any kind of protection from radioactivity, which these machines were only banned in the 1970s. So imagine all that generation putting their feet there, all the radiation in your feet. What happened to all these feet? Also in the 1930s, as I was saying before, the mass X-raying of citizens became on a regular basis. and with the, for example, this typical, to Tom with all my love. So to Tom with all my love, the picture of this rosy lady, and to Tom with all my love, the image of her chest. So not only you have to appear to be nice and healthy, but also you have to demonstrate that that is also the case in terms of your lungs. And it's interesting that you never see the other way around. It's always the women that has to demonstrate that they are healthy. It's kind of unbelievable because it was much more prevalent as a disease among men. But all the illustrations is women behind X-ray machines. The post-war mobilization against TB included programs for the mass X-rays of the entire population using mobile X-ray machines in like this incredible van, which is itself like an X-ray, right? In department stores, schools, suburban streets, and public markets. Over a period of half a century, what had been an experimental medical tool has become a mechanism of surveillance for the entire population. Also, the association between X-rays and glass houses became a commonplace at mid-century in popular culture. Here is, for example, a film that Lisa Cartwright wrote about, Highlights and Shadow, which is a film by a 1937 Kodak Research Laboratory, which is also about the virtues of X-ray in disease prevention. And in this film, you see this woman wearing a swimming suit, strapped to a laboratory table, and as her body is subjected to the X-ray, and the photographic image of her gives way to this photographic image of her X-ray body. The narrator, which is a man, of course, says that this young lady, to whom henceforth a glass house should hold no terror, so a woman that from now on will not be afraid, will not have terror of living in a glass house. Imagine, what is that? Will be reassured that she is indeed physically fit. Okay, what's wrong with this sentence? I mean, if we have said that this young lady, after having her X-rays, she will be reassured that she's physically fit, well, that's normal. But what about what she introduces in the middle? That after the examination, this X-ray will no longer be afraid to live in a glass house. It will no longer experience terror of living in a glass house. So the glass house itself is acting here as a symbol of both a new form of surveillance and health, right? A similar, in case you think this is something funny of popular culture, a similar set of associations can be found in discourse around canonic works of modern architecture. This is Edith Farnsworth, the client of Miss Van der Rohe, in an interview in House Beautiful. Edith Farnsworth, who, by the way, was a very successful doctor in Chicago, compared her famous weekend house designed by Miss Van der Rohe to an X-ray. He writes, "I don't keep a garbage can under my sink. Do you know why? Because you can see the whole kitchen from the road on the way in here, and the can will spoil the appearance of the whole house. So I hide it in the closet down from the sink." Miss talks about free space, but his space is very fixed. I cannot even put a clothes hanger in my house without considering how it affects everything from the outside. Any arrangement of furniture becomes a major problem because the house is transparent like an X-ray, right? And it's very interesting, this obsession with the garbage can, because if you look at the pictures, what you also see, you look at the left there, right? What are you seeing? You're seeing the bed, right? So from the road, it's not that you see the whole kitchen and the can, the garbage can or anything. You are seeing the bed. There's no curtains or anything, right? So it's kind of fascinating, but I want to insist that the use of the metaphor of the X-ray by Edith Farnsworth is not at all accidental. It's not by chance that she continues in the interview and goes on to say that, that there is a local rumor that the house is a tuberculosis sanatorium, right? So she thinks the house is an X-ray, and in the village, they think this is a TB sanatorium. So modern architecture was literally presented and understood as a piece of medical equipment. In fact, modern architecture cannot be understood outside tuberculosis and its dominant diagnostic tool, the X-ray. And this is the subject of this book, in which I'm concentrating today only on the X-ray. But look at what is happening here. The Radiant City, historic Paris, tubercular Paris. So in order to present his idea of architecture, Le Corbusier has to destroy the whole architecture of the center of Paris. Why? Not because he doesn't like it, but because he has tuberculosis. It's written all over these books, and nevertheless, for years we have managed to read all these books about modern architecture without realizing how much they are all talking about tuberculosis, and it's the real kind of obsession of that generation. Modern architecture offers health precisely by providing a change in environment. 19th century, of course, had to be demonized as unhealthy. So it's interesting, for example, in the poster for the Weistenhof Siedlung in Stuttgart, they don't put in the poster what is going to be the new architecture, but what cannot be anymore. Before they need to demonize 19th century architecture as being unhealthy, causing disease, because all this bric-a-brac, all these objects that accumulate dust, right? And in the dust, the tuberculous bacillus is hiding. So they offer health by providing exactly these change, and all of a sudden, sun, light, ventilation. This is the house of Le Corbusier, of course. Exercise, roof terraces, sleeping outdoors, like in the Mallet Steven house, this room by Pierre Sarraud, and so many others. This idea of sleeping outside in all the neutral houses, there is a sleeping porch. This is all having to do with preventing tuberculosis. The publicity campaign of modern architecture was organized around contemporary beliefs about tuberculosis and fears of the disease. This is the kind of images that populate our books of modern architecture. This is actually Gideon, right? And this is Mallet Stevens. Modern architecture not only thinks of itself as providing sanitary conditions for everyday life, but even thinks of buildings as diagnostic instruments with the power of X-rays. As Le Corbusier put it in L'Art décoratif d'aujourd'hui in 1925, the house is all white, the outline of things stands out from it without any possibility of mistake. Everything stands out from it and is recorded absolutely black and white. It is honest and dependable. It's rather like an X-ray of beauty, right? So these kind of statements continue to appear in architecture discourse, not only the whole question of tuberculosis, but the insistence on X-ray. So for me, the point of the book, which as I wrote in the introduction, is like my oldest preoccupation, is what I wanted to be my dissertation about, but they didn't let me. They said, this is not architecture, do something architectural. That's why I work on laws and Le Corbusier, because I had come to New York, and I was at the New York Institute of Humanities with people like Susan Sontag, who had written the illness as metaphor, and all of a sudden I start seeing modern architecture from the point of view of tuberculosis. And of course I could see it everywhere, right? But there was no time yet for this kind of interdisciplinary studies. So it became like something that I could do only much later in a way, right? So modern architecture, and this is the Open School of Duker in Rotterdam, but also modern furniture and even books on modern architecture take on these aesthetics of the X-ray. This is actually the jacket of the building in France, building in iron, building in ferroconcrete. The jacket was designed by Moholy Nash based on a negative of a photo taken by Gideon of the pond transporter in Marseille. I think Martino brought this in the discussion at least yesterday. Here you have the image, right? So this attempt, again, even in the cover of a book on modern architecture, to produce this X-ray effect. As X-ray became somehow indelibly associated with tuberculosis, the tuberculosis patient became the paradigm of modern architecture, a paradigm of this new way of thinking about bodies, objects, and psychologies. It's also very interesting that the architect herself is not presented herself in the heroic model of all these architects of the 20s in front of their buildings, but lying down in the horizontal, in the terrace of Alvar Aalto and Aino Aalto, Paimio sanatorium. So the paradigmatic client of modern architecture, it may have a lot to do also with this relentless horizontality of modern architecture, may have a lot to do with this client that is on the horizontal. The client of modern architecture is on the horizontal. It's not only for tuberculosis, but also psychoanalysis. We are on it's the century of the horizontal, right? So we may want to think about modern architecture also from that point of view. And let me finish by bringing Susan Sontag, from whom I learned so much about tuberculosis. I was in her archives in Los Angeles, and I was reading through her notes before she even published the book, Illness as Metaphor. And she writes something that I thought was so interesting. She says that TB, that is tuberculosis, makes the body transparent. Where to have cancer, which is what she was suffering from at that time, is to become more than normally opaque. I thought it was so fascinating. The X-ray permits one, often for the first time, he says, to see one's inside, to become transparent to oneself, right? Indeed, this idea of becoming transparent to oneself is also evident in literature. In the tuberculosis patients in the sanatoriums that Thomas Mann writes, for example, in the Magic Mountain, carry their X-rays and the X-rays of their loved ones in their breast pockets, right? And when Claudia, who was the protagonist of the Magic Mountain, if you remember, is Hans Castor. It's an incredible novel because there is so much modern architecture in Thomas Mann novel. And when Claudia, who is the love object of Hans Castor, leaves the sanatorium, she gives him her X-ray as a memento. And then Thomas Mann writes, then he flung himself into his chair and drew out his keepsake, his treasure, that consisted this time not a few reddish-brown shavings, but a thin glass plate which must be held towards the light to see anything on it. It was Claudia's X-ray portrait, showing not her face, but the delicate bony structure of the upper half of her body and the organs of the thoracic cavity surrounded by the pale ghost-like envelope of flesh. How often had he looked at it? How often pressed it to his lips in the time which since then had passed and brought its changes with it, such changes as, for instance, getting used to life up here without Claudia, getting used, that is, to her remoteness in space. So the X-ray, in conclusion, is kind of a self-exposure, a new, more intimate kind of portrait, as we were saying at the beginning. This intrusive logic of medical and police surveillance, with the body unable to resist any new penetrating gaze, gives way also to this tender intimacy. The attempt to discipline the body with a new regime of synchronized medical, technological, and architectural protocols produces a new psychological, social, philosophical, and emotional interactions. The seemingly fragile, cloudy space of the X-rays becomes an architecture in its own right that can be inhabited, and it is inhabited. For all the ostensibly sharpness and clarity of modern architecture, in a way they give way when you start looking at it in a more experiential way, as Louisa does, gives way to these soft layers of reflections and translucency. X-ray architecture, in fact, is kind of an occupiable blur. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a little time for questions. I'll open things up. Thanks, Beatrice. Wonderful presentation. I'm thinking about transparency, literal and phenomenal, and the notion of literal transparency, which I think previously associated with the X-ray, because there's a literal kind of almost material or technological penetration through a surface in order to see something underneath. But there are so many more eyepieces in the technology that you're showing, and they're not the eyepieces of microscopes. It seems to be the eyepieces of peep shows, and almost like that which is not somehow sanctioned to be seen without cover in the black box or something. And so I'm thinking that maybe there's something more phenomenal that happens with the X-ray when there's a kind of layering of technology and biopolitics kind of on top of each other, which seems to happen when there's an extrusion and an eyepiece involved. Is that at all? I mean, I hadn't expected to think at all about Colin Rowe and Robert Slutsky's essay.
Yeah, that's a kind of a flashback. It's definitely not what I was thinking about. Of course, they were thinking, I mean, it's a beautiful essay, but it's a completely different approach to the question of transparency. I'm bringing transparency to the discussion of the X-ray, so I'm taking it out precisely from this high level of discussion. But one of the things that I think they get wrong is the idea that is literal. The X-ray is in no way a literal transparency, because where we have associated for a long time, and as you could see, it's associated also in the popular imagination, the idea of the X-ray with absolute transparency. In fact, what the X-ray reveals is not transparency at all. It's kind of a blur. It's closer to Sejima in a way. It's closer to this, to this blurry image of an insight, to this mystery, right? So why there was this association is also interesting, and how Rongen from the beginning calls it transparency. So more than what modern architects were learning from Cubismo or from painting, I'm more interested of what they were learning from popular culture and from scientific and medical research. Also because I think that we have always been there, that we have always been obsessed with the medical body from the beginning. I mean, Vitruvius already says that the architects should also study medicine. Right? We didn't have enough study in architecture, right? And the very first schools of architecture, for example, the Accademia del Disegno in Florence in the Renaissance. Well, I guess they could have placed themselves anywhere in the city. They placed themselves just next to the medical schools, and students of architecture were obligated to attend dissection in the local hospital down the street, in the same way that the medical students were attending dissection, of course, presumably to learn about dissection, but the students of architecture were supposed to be there, drawing this body that was decomposing rapidly, despite the fact that there were complaints that the students were getting sick, that the faculty was getting, no, you have to still. So if you go throughout the centuries, this obsession with the medical body has always been with us. And in the 20th century is the dominant obsession in the early part of the 20th century, until very late, until mid-century, until the discovery of streptomycin, basically. The main obsession of the 20th century is with tuberculosis, and modern architecture is obsessed, is a response to tuberculosis, right? Because there was no cure, there was no medication that was effective. It took a long time to find an antibiotic that was effective against tuberculosis. Streptomycin was discovered during the war, and it was immediately after the war. And all of a sudden, the moment streptomycin is there, all the architects declare that they are the same architecture without changing that much about it, like Neutra, right? Is good for mental problems. So the architect is not just a medical doctor, is a shrink. And the houses of Neutra, who he had presented as preventing tuberculosis for all this time, all of a sudden are very good for your mental health, right? So it's fascinating with each medical obsession. We change our discourse as well.
Other questions?
Yes. Thank you, Beatrice. When you're presenting the work, it seems that through the X-ray, bone density becomes at the core of the human body. It's what holds the body together as we see through it. And then through architecture and transparency, really structure compared to bones is not what we see when architecture becomes transparent, but it's program or the activity that happens within the architecture that becomes at the foreground of what is being presented. Would you think that it's a way of a criticism on a structural vision of architecture from the time, or is celebrating what happens at the eventful or the spectacle of architecture in that period of time?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I'm very interested in the fact. I don't know whether you saw at the beginning, probably, but in the very early images, there is actually the deliberate effect, trying to produce the deliberate effect of this blurriness, right? So where is it that I have the images now is another issue, but let me see if I can find them. Where are we? Okay. Here. This is a blur. This is this blurry effect, right? And clearly, in the case of Mies, this is also an X-ray effect. It's not transparency. It's what he himself says when he photographed these models of glass that he had made. And it's also very interesting to understand his surprise. He's surprised photographing these models in a garden in Berlin, that the important thing in glass architecture is not transparency, he says, but the effect of the reflections on the glass from the trees around and the conditions of the light and this superimposition, again, this blurry image, superimposed image. Also, I think in many ways they are surprised by this new kind of vision. In the same way, let's say that, well, I remember that, when costumes in the United States introduced X-ray machines and the luggage stuff, I remember going to Harvard for reviews, and the whole architectural community behind me, we were causing a collapse of the line because we were all looking at the images that appear in the screen in great detail. So it's been a fascination for architects for a long time. I mean, Liz Diller and Escofidio, for example, did that project with the X-rays of the suitcases. So there is also this culture of the image in architecture, and it's not surprising that that same generation became obsessed with the new medical techniques of seeing the body, like the CAT scan and all of this, all of them, Zaira Polo, Ben Van Berg, all of them, Greg Lynn, all of them, right? So.
Thank you so much for the lecture. The essay that came to my mind when you were presenting was Lauren Deston and Peter Gallison's Objectivity.
Yes.
Because the technology of the X-ray is, I think, part of the fascination that it brings is that there's no subject. In a way, there's kind of no interpretation in the image. It's fully mechanical. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if maybe you can draw some connections between transparency and objectivity, because I think in the sort of modernist image culture, there's very much somewhat of a goal of trying to appear objective. I'm thinking about Le Corbusier's interpretations of Mendelssohn's photographs, in which he kind of removes some of the elements of the infrastructure in order to make them seem sort of more pure, or in a way kind of more objective. So I'm wondering if there's a connection here in the sort of removal of the subject in modernist architecture.
I don't know whether it's the removal of the subject, but there is a lot of interpretation of an X-ray. Actually, diagnosis of tuberculosis became very, very difficult. It was very, very difficult for a long time, despite the fact that they have access to the X-rays. A lot about interpretation, right? So it's not that objective. The radiologist is much more important than the X-ray itself. In the same way that now, if you have any problem, who is reading your images is more important than the images themselves. I mean, everybody will tell you that, right? This person sees differently. So it's always a question of interpretation. The thing about Le Corbusier is kind of funny because it's like a fake news, right? I mean, so he takes these images of silence and he cleans them up and presents. But he was doing the same thing with his architecture, which is what some people don't realize. So photographs of Villa Savoie, and they are going to go into his complete works, and he doesn't like a certain color, and he whites it out, and he doesn't like the version that was finally finished, the one that was actually completed, and he puts the drawing of the one that he would have liked to have completed, right? Creating a whole confusion about what is real and what is not real. So he's already faking the news.
Other questions? There must be some questions over here.
Yeah, this is so wide that in the end you realize there are all these people over there on the other side.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm curious if you follow mostly the European tradition here. It seems like there is a sort of counterpoint architecture of concealment from the right tradition that would play an interesting role in this, as if the retreat to privacy, it's sort of the question of, like the women in the photographs, whether they want this happening to them or not. Wright sort of deals with that issue in a really weird way, because it's right. But do you think that there is within, sort of within the tradition of modernism, the reaction against it, to conceal, to hide?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting in the case of Frank Lloyd Wright that he's not so much interested in exposure. Of course, it was also by many critics not considered quite from the 20th century. Remember what famously Philip Johnson said, that he was the best architect of the 19th century, right? So it's a different idea of privacy, which, with regard to my interest in the body and illness, is a different idea also of, he's very interested in the sick body too, but he's more interested in the question of digestion and all these other internal things that are happening, where these guys are more interested in the visuality of the new techniques of looking at the body.
So I think my question kind of falls a little bit in the same vein. And I mean, I'm fascinated with the idea of the sense of transparency, and specifically when you're talking about modernist architecture being compared to medical apparatus and the X-ray itself. And just, I mean, when we think about X-ray, you can't disassociate from the fact that prolonged exposure causes harm.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if you, in that comparison, how do you see, what is the prolonged exposure, or is there a harm associated with the X-ray architecture itself on
Fantastic
the use
question.
or interior program?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, because in fact they were completely unaware of the effects of the X-ray, as you could see in the 1930s and all the way to 1970s. X-ray for shoe fittings, I mean, not needed at all. So I mean, like what an idea, right? And all these people taking their X-rays of the hands. Imagine what damage that's it. Likewise, there is complete for a long time, people were not aware of the damage that modern architecture itself was creating. So, for example, all this thing about, I wonder what the generation of all that sun and all these terraces, now they are all going around like, is this good or is this bad? Like all this skin cancer didn't seem to exist in their imagination at all. But most important, I will think I will talk about the Sick Syndrome building, if you want, which was only named and discovered in the 1970s, and at first it was completely dismissed by the medical establishment because it was mostly women that were complaining about it, and of course it was dismissed as, look, you know, you cannot bring women to the workforce because look at them, they start complaining that they have runny nose or headaches. The symptoms are so vague and so unspecific, and it was women actually working as secretaries and in all kinds of jobs that spend too much time inside these completely sealed buildings, made much more problematic with the energy crisis of the 70s and the idea of preserving energy that sealed these glass structures to the point that they were becoming toxic to a lot of people. And then you have the Sick Syndrome building, and there's a beautiful a book on this question, in which, in a way, if you want, this modern architecture that we have perceived as being so healthy and desirable, like in a horror movie, becomes like the monster that attacks your body and makes you sick, right? So, like the X-ray, that it was also this idea of health, and so, and all of a sudden you realize it has other problems, right?
Thanks. It would be great to go all night, but we should conclude here. I want to again thank Dean Mark Mistura for supporting this 2-day-long symposium. I want to thank Director Yvonne Bernal, my faculty colleagues, staff and students here in the CAED, and most of all, of course, I want to thank Beatriz Colomina, Louisa Lambre, Anastasia Savanova, Martino Stierli, and Jesus Vasallo for being really great participants in this 2-day conversation. It's been a dream. It's been incredible. Thanks, everyone, for coming.